Session of November 28th, 2023 is called to order. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically through Teams. Items 1 and 2 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk?
Okay, executive session is noticed as item 1, Goodman versus City of Tucson. Notice of claim numbers 26860 and 26861. Pima County Superior Court number 2019-4826, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03, A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries, and we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you all so much. motion to return to study session?
So moved.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session, including as it relates to the city's settlement position in this litigation.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 3. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss and provide direction on the RTA next plan. All righty, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for your patience. I know that some information was sent out yesterday. As I'd mentioned last time, this was more of a placeholder for you, and what we thought we'd do is send out the information we had previously given to you to make sure that you at least had it handy. We have had numerous conversations at the CAC level, as well as the TMC, the Technical Management Committee, as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee. Mayor, you do have a meeting with the RTA board on December 7th. It's really just an opportunity to hear some of the latest dialogue that's been occurring. I'll just cut right to the chase. There hasn't been any movement or change at this point from what we had submitted in terms of our priorities for the city of Tucson, but they have now been presented, and I think folks are aware of that. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sam to give kind of some high-level comments on the CAC and TMC meetings. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. So I'll just give you a brief update on some of the conversations that have occurred. As you all know, we were directed to put together a prioritized project list for RTA Next. I have now presented that prioritized project list as well as our approach at both the TMC ad hoc working group meetings, which is comprised of the 9 jurisdictional members as well as members of the RTA Citizen Advisory Committee. I've also gave that same presentation to the RTA CAC group. I've been both present and an active participant at the last 2 CAC meetings that have been held. RTA CAC Chair Tom McGovern has called on me numerous times to provide input and feedback relative to the RTA Next plan development. Included in your packet is the latest RTA prioritized project list that the City of Tucson put together. There is not many changes to note, other than I do want to point out that some of the location-specific projects have moved up or down based on some of the input we've received, but by and large, what I presented previously to you still holds true, in that our number 1 priorities are maintaining existing transit service, along with increased transit service based on feedback from the COA. And so we've given that presentation, as I mentioned, to both the TMC ad hoc and the CAC. They have taken that information as part of their deliberation. At the last CAC meeting that was held last week, there was several different iterations of plans that were presented, and they continue to look at the different options that are at the table. There is one more CAC meeting that will be held on Monday. It is expected at that time that they will ultimately either select a plan or propose something to the RTA board. There's also a TMC meeting that will be held on Wednesday, December 6th, and then the RTA board meeting on Thursday, December 7th. That is the extent of our update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I'd be happy to answer questions at this point.
All righty, well, I really appreciate Director Credio and Mr. Manager really bringing us the idea and the concept of saying, hey, these are the priorities of the citizens of Tucson and mayor and council of the city of Tucson. Really know that what we have on that list is reflective of the needs of Tucson and are of regional benefit, and I remain committed to making sure that we move forward to craft an RTA Next plan that meets our needs as a city and is of interest and benefit to the region. So I just wanted to open it up for any comments or input or feedback from our colleagues on the council. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so is it possible that the general, it's not the general council, the RTA could get competing proposals? One from CSC, one from Technical Management Committee, one from somebody else?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, I believe it is not only an opportunity, probably likely, given some of the conversations, ultimately will rest in the RTA board's lap to make the final determination. And so there was, although it would have been nice, and still a little hope that that could happen, where there's one plan that's submitted. Based on the conversations, I think it might be, there might be different plans. However, ultimately, I think the board will be the one to make the call, and that's just that they'll solicit feedback from all parties.
And the call will be, this is what we intend to put on the ballot?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm not sure I understand what do you mean, the call?
They're going to have to choose a plan.
Oh, I see.
And so the call that the board will make will be identify one of the options and say, this is going to the ballot.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, that's correct. So whatever that decision is will be what's ultimately considered the RTA Next ballot language.
And their hope is to get this on the ballot in 25?
25.
May of 25. So this may be a city attorney question, but we kept hearing throughout the Broadway discussion of promises made, promises kept, and the CART committee pushed back against us, saying it was on the ballot 8 lanes. You can't go any less than 8 lanes. Through a lot of wrangling, we got it down to 6. The same conversation happened on First Avenue, 6th, and promises made, promises kept, and wound up at 4. We've pushed about $200 million worth of projects into RTA Next, and currently Grant Road, phases 5 and 6 have about $100 million cost in today's dollars. It's going to be north of that once we get it out to bid, whenever that happens. So I guess my question for the city attorney is, under the truth in taxing and bonding, what legal obligation does the RTA have to complete what they said that they would, when they sold it to the voters back in 2006? They can bond, they can use whatever funding scheme they have available, but Grant 5 and 6, where this seems to be headed, is that they're going to want to use that as leverage to get voters to support the next package. So what legal tools do we have to compel them to finish it? And if we don't have any, then I guess rhetorically, why would the voters trust them next time around?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, members of the council, 2 things. First of all, I'd like the opportunity to address that more completely by memo afterwards, to look at what legal options there are, if any. But I think it will boil down to one thing ultimately, is that the RTA can't be legally compelled to expend funds if they don't have any left. But in terms of the full range of remedies that could be brought forward based on not carrying out the plan that was presented to the voters, let me address that by follow-up memo to the mayor and council.
Any others? I have a couple minutes. Okay, Councilmember Cunningham.
There's a few things. One, I'm actually encouraged by the location-specific projects and some of the Rob Wash Greenway that we've added in. I'm curious to know, so what's not on the project list, not that it needs to be, is the 2 holdover projects, 22nd and Houghton. And so I'm operating under the assumption that on top of the 600 million project list we've got, those 2 projects are still on and are in phase 1 of RTA Next. So I just want to clarify that piece.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, yes. And the reason it's not listed on your sheet or on your spreadsheet is because we made the assumption that we took those dollars out of the equation right out of the start. So the RTA has confirmed that, the RTA board has given direction that those are in the first phase and the first tranche of funding in RTA Next. But they're not on our list because those are to be taken from the total, not from us, not from our contribution.
With a follow-up, my next question is about the pavement preservation piece. I know that the response by the RTA board had been lukewarm insofar as guaranteeing that they put that pavement preservation in. Do we have any soft or hard commitment on that, or is it kind of like, is it flailing in the wind, their commitment?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we have no commitment at all on that. At this point, there has not been much discussion on that. We've presented it. We are standing by it. We believe strongly that that is something that's important for RTA to consider, and it, at this point, has not been included.
Well, in the spirit of using the metaphor of flailing in the wind, I'll say this. If they include pavement preservation, my heart would soar like a hawk. But if they do not include pavement preservation, I kind of want to say the gauntlet will have been thrown down about challenging the initiative. So I want to make that clear publicly today.
Councilmember Cunningham, one of the conversations we've had at the table is pavement preservation for pavement preservation's sake is not the preferred, but pavement preservation along with modernization and inclusive of additional mobility and modernization techniques on our roads. That is something that some colleagues have said they're very open to.
And my response to that, that's fine. I mean, I don't care how we frame it or slice it as long as we're doing it. The bottom line is that we've added some infrastructure over the years, and we're on the hook to preserve it. And not only are we on the hook to preserve it, we've had our hands tied by the county, NPAG, and the city, the county, and NPAG, and the state in certain funding sources that we've had over the years, whether you're talking about HERF, LTAF, whatever it is. So my answer is we have to bridge that gap, and we have to use every tool in the toolbox we can, and this is one of them. So for me, I'm not trying to say whether it's modernization or it's pavement preservation. Either way, it's enhancing and maintaining the quality of roads that Tucsonans deserve. That's the bottom line, and that has to be a piece to this next RTA.
Yep. Councilmember Fimbres?
Hey, Mayor. Have there been discussion on 22nd Street Bridge, and so what has been entailed? Also, 22nd Street widening has also been questioned by some citizens that have been waiting too long to get this thing done.
So, Mayor, so there's two parts to your question, I believe, Council Member. One is the 22nd Street project that was moved from the 2006 RTA to the RTA Next, and that is still on the books and still intended, as Councilmember Cunningham mentioned, will be first and foremost. At least that's our expectation. The second is the RTA Bridge and the improvements around that. We have continued to have public discussion on that. The staff is looking at a variety of access points onto aviation, which I think is the important piece there. At least that seemed to be the concern that some of the residents were voicing at the last meeting. We do expect to have some options presented to the residents in the not too distant future. I've also asked the director to ensure that we have a conversation around budget, because I think it's important to engage those folks in the budget discussions as well. Thank you.
Right. What discussion, if any, has RTA had dealing with maintenance and preservation? I want to go with Mr. Cunningham was saying. Maintenance and preservation of any current project or potential future project under RTA Next.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so as Councilmember Cunningham just mentioned, pavement rehabilitation was included as one of the priorities of the mayor and council the city of Tucson. That will continue to be something that we are interested in seeing included. Some of the conversations that we've had has been ensuring that as a minimum, there's pavement rehabilitation for projects that RTA had already constructed. But there are others, at least on the list at this point, that are RTA, in my opinion, RTA eligible, but that were not recently rebuilt. Because remember, we're talking about a 20-year lifespan, and so that $200 million that's included in our list would include dollars for rehabilitation going forward as well.
Thank you, Michael.
Alrighty, thank you. Any others? Hearing none, we move on to item 4. Thank you. Thank you, Director Credio, really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're gonna stay. You're gonna stay with us. Item 4. This time has been set aside to discuss proposed rate and fee adjustments for Park Tucson. Mr. Manager.
So, Mayor, this is a follow-up conversation that we started 6-8 months ago, maybe longer, where I had brought to you several different fees and suggestions on some fees. You'd asked that we wait until about this time frame, 1st of December, before we start talking about it. And these conversations are really for next budget year, so really looking at the July timeframe for implementation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam to give just kind of a high-level overview of what we're thinking at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So we'll be talking about Park Tucson rates up first here. I've given this presentation before, so I'll be very brief in my remarks. We're really proposing increases in 3 areas. Evening and weekend flat fee increasing by $1 on July 1st, 2004 to each of those rates, and another $1 on July 1st, 2026. On the monthly permits, we're looking at a $5 across-the-board increase, except for the Pennington Street Garage in July 2024, and then a subsequent increase in July 2026. And lastly, our largest increase is to the on-street commuter and student parking around U of A downtown and 4th Avenue. We're proposing a $75 increase in year 1, with $50 increases thereafter for the next 2 years for the highest annual permit fee. And then for the on-street commuter fees are looking at a $30 increase annually for the next 3 years. That is consistent with what we had proposed previously. What is not being proposed for increase is the meter rates. We also are continuing our public outreach, as Mayor and Council directed last time, regarding increasing our meter enforcement hours. We are not looking for direction on that today, but we do continue the public dialogue about what that might look like. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Lee.
Sam, just a quick question. If you could explain kind of the need to raise these fees, what this additional revenue is going to deliver for the community?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Lee. So these fees have not been increased since 2013, with the exception of the Centro and Garage and Toole Avenue lot in September 2021. And mainly what we are looking at is being able to continue the service that we provide to the community for Park Tucson. Cost has increased across the board. We also have increased our spending on security, and we also have some much needed capital needs at our garages. So the increased revenue that would be generated by these rate increases will go to those 3 areas.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So let's talk about the highest annual permit fee, which is what percentage of its revenue does it? What percentage of our Park Tucson's revenue does it represent? In other words, how many subscribers do we have to the fancy?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't have that right at my fingertips. I could provide that at a later date.
And the only reason I'm asking is that even in Tucson, about the 475, the 475 one, because in Tucson, that's high dollar for parking in Tucson. I mean, let's think about it. 475 is more than $1 a day. In work days, it's $2 a day. And to be able to shell that out, it's either your company or somebody else shelling it out for you. And here's the thing. If we have a really high demand for those, and a lot of people are paying that, great. And the raise is justified. But if we're struggling getting anybody to even buy into them, I don't know whether or not we're we're getting anything out of it. So I want to make sure has that research been done? Let me ask that.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that particular rate is for our student on-street parking around the U of A campus. We are currently much lower than the U of A's rate of $610 a year, and that is a very popular program. So it's very well utilized. We typically have folks lining up out the door once that those rates become available to the students. So those increases are just bringing us in line with what the U of A charges, and yet we'll still be lower than what U of A currently charges.
And that's totally outstanding. That was kind of what I was looking for. I wanted to make sure we'd done that part. I also I was kind of, let's just say I might have been aware a little bit, but I'd like everybody else to know. The other one is that if we look at all the monthly permit fees, I'm really glad that we're kind of spacing it out. It's a couple of nickels. It's not a big increase. I think it's very prudent in keeping up with the idea. We've had a spike in inflation over the last 3 years, and so going 10 years in where we've got these $60 and $90 a monthers, that's about right. So I'm comfortable with the monthly permits as well. So I just wanted to put that on the record now and appreciate the work.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, for putting this together. I know that we have a new Park Tucson administrator that's going to be coming on board soon, so we look forward to working with them. I still think that our cost for parking, and I always say I hate paying for parking, but I think that it is the right thing to do because the general public shouldn't be subsidizing parking for private vehicles. So I just want to make sure that moving forward, we're looking into a market rate system for parking so that we are keeping up with the costs.
Right, I was going to say the same thing, right? Some of these costs have not been, we haven't basically kept with the rate of inflation, kept with the rate of the cost of living. And I would really like to see a system attached to every other year bringing it to mayor and council saying, hey, we've looked at what it costs to operate and this is what we have to move forward with. We shouldn't be waiting 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years to get some of this analysis done as we move forward. Vice Mayor.
So I just have to say, Donovan Durbin did a really deep dive in granular detail of all these data, and he was out in the community. He was doing assessments as to the university and private lots and county lots, and we are still below what the rest of the market is charging, even with these increases. Another thing it's important to recognize is that the security element that Sam mentioned to Nikki's question is really key. In downtown, we've had some security issues in some of the downtown garages late on weekend nights. And so to be able to provide that security to the public is a big deal. And finally, right now, Park Tucson, which is an enterprise, is coming out of the general fund to pay some of the debt service on their capital needs. And so just to be able to let them play catch up after a decade is important so that they're not dipping in the general fund to keep current on their debt service. So I'm totally supportive of these increases. Do you need a motion?
Do you need a motion?
Mayor, our intent is to bring this back to you, just really more of an update.
Okay.
But the direction was to bring back, information for you to consider, but we're going to continue down the path unless you tell us otherwise. We're going to bring it back to you for consideration in the not too distant future.
Alrighty, thank you, sir.
Mayor,
Oh, Councilmember Fimbres.
okay, how was the Park Tucson fund during the pandemic? That one did do an outstanding job finding resources for us.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I think during the pandemic was really a tough time for all of us in terms of revenue and because of the shutdown of a lot of businesses, particularly in the downtown area, we saw the revenues take a pretty deep hit. So we're still recovering from that time frame.
We also did a program called Tucson Change with Jonathan Rothschild and myself, and it helped the homeless program. Sam, can you provide an update on the mayor and council on the special parking meters for homeless services and a brief history of where this. Thank you. Next time we meet.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we certainly can get back to you with a little more detail on the Tucson Change program. Happy to do that. Don't have that handy, but I can certainly do that for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So this is coming back to our regular meeting on the 12th, Mr. Ortega? To approve, or do you need approval at all?
Mayor, you're welcome to give us direction. Happy to take that. We'll bring it back to you as quickly as we can. We're still putting together all the ordinances and the notices and so forth.
Okay.
On this.
Alrighty. Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the update, Sam. Alrighty, we move on to item 5. Time has been reserved for mayor and council to consider proposed rate and fee adjustments for planning and development services, transportation and mobility, and Tucson Fire Departments.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I think this is very similar to the conversation we just had on parking. The one thing I wanted to just put out there right out of the chute is there was information in your materials that outlined the cost of doing business for plan and development services as compared to the revenue. And it showed about 11 million in revenue and 8 million in cost. I wanted to point out a couple things on that I think are important. Keep in mind that general fund budgets, when you look at it and you just extract that, it does not necessarily include allocations for internal service funds. So for example, there's no IT support or finance support or budget support in that discussion. There's also not a direct line that's allocated for capital investment. So the InterGov was not included in that number. And so it can be a little misleading if somebody's just looking at that by itself. But keep in mind that as time goes on, we can make it an enterprise function, which would then allocate all of those costs. It's more of an exercise in accounting than anything else. But I just wanted to point that out because I think that it's important that we look at all of the costs associated with supporting that department and that function. The other question that came up was the cost of service model. We believe is still valid, but the question I think I got from some of you was there wasn't one for transportation and fire. And if you look at it, you can really extrapolate that those costs are about the same for those two functions as well. So I don't see the need or for an expense of going through that exercise. So those are some questions that I'd gotten from you as late as yesterday, and I wanted to hit those right out of the chute. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christina for some more info.
Good afternoon, mayors and member of council, and thank you, manager. You, I think, answered or commented about most of what I was going to say. In regards to this, the study was actually completed 2 years ago. Cost of recovery study was completed in 2022, so just, I guess, last year. And we did reach out to Barry and Dunn, and the numbers are still valid. The recommendation was based on our current staffing level, which is required to be maintained to really address our permit levels that we're seeing these days. The last rate increase was actually in 2010, and since then we've seen a significant increase in permit requests. Right before the pandemic, we were seeing about 1,000 permits a month. We're now seeing over 2,000 permits a month. So we're definitely, the volume has increased, the staffing needs have increased, and Mayor and Council has approved increases in staffing over the years. The study that was completed was based on these staffing levels and reflects the costs or the fees needed to address our costs. And that, yeah, happy to answer questions.
All righty, thank you, Christina. Any comments, input, feedback? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for the explanation on the 130% recovery on that. That kind of makes it a hard pill to swallow when it looks like we're making 30% on the top. And I know there were lots of references because I reread the study for fun. It was a great document. But there are several references in there to how we're accounting for that, the fully burdened cost for the employees. And that's something I'm interested in exploring, is how do we really quantify the total cost of doing business within this department so that we can make the best decisions. I like how they talked about the cost will begin to outpace revenue, because I know over the past year we've heard a lot of concerns from the customers of this department with the response, not the response times, but the processing times and customer service issues. And a lot of what's in the report talks about the 15 positions that they're recommending that we hire for. So I'm curious about that piece of it. But then it also says revenues cycle and fluctuate. So it's kind of hard to staff it when we never know what the market is going to be doing in terms of development. So I know to the manager, we talked before about different models of staffing that could help with that surge capacity. I don't know where we landed with that, but I'm curious ultimately about the 15 positions that's listed in the report. Is that something we're trying to fill? How's the recruitment going for that? Because it's such a technical space. And so I'm really curious about that piece, because it sounded like the additional revenue generated would help fund the staffing needed to deliver services in the most optimal way. So that's where I'm kind of honing in on, is that piece of it. So where are we at with that?
Mayor, Member Lee, we actually, the Mayor and Council approved last year 14 new positions, and we're actually working on hiring those and filling those positions. I will note that as we've been able to fill additional positions, we've actually been able to address the backlog. Since NRGov went online last year, we've been able to address our backlog. We're actually showing that 90% of our review times are on time today, including 20% of those are same-day service, 20% of those are less than 15-day service, and then the remainder are 30. So we are actually meeting our commitment to the community and working on continuous improvement. And as we're able to fill these positions, we're looking to make sure that we're even improving beyond that. So I can't tell you that they're all full yet. It's that challenge of filling positions, but we are working on recruiting to fill them.
Okay, that's awesome, because I was concerned if we're raising rates, what extra value is the public going to get from this? And so that makes a lot of sense. And to your point, Mayor, and I had a note here, the report also references a couple times the recommendation to review these annually, not going through a full big study, but I do think the conversation we just had and we'll have with environmental services, I like the idea of around this time of year, just looking at things. Do they pencil out, and do we need to make any changes heading into the next fiscal year? So I also am a fan of maybe reviewing internally more often than not to make sure we're on track. So that's all I have.
Council Member Santa Cruz.
My comments are just that it's crazy to understand how we haven't increased permitting fees in the past 13 years, and we've been, we had the discussion last year. We kind of just keep kicking the can down the road. And so I think it's important that, we keep up with the demand of, and like Councilmember Lee was saying, with the service that we owe to the community, and that we have to be more realistic in the future and not be so apprehensive of adjusting our rates to meet the demand and the needs of the community. And that I am also interested in the conversation, is it time to think about this department as an enterprise department for the city, so that permitting all of that is paying for itself.
Any others? I think for me, most importantly, is the service that we provide our community, and those, whether it's mom and pop wanting to do an ADU, or a professional developer that's wanting to move a project forward in a timely manner, because as we all know, development in the development world, time is money. And so for me, I just want to make sure that, yes, it should not take us 13 years to bring to the table for mayor and council to consider fees and rate increases based on the need that we have. So it's like a vicious cycle. The less we bring this item to the table, the less we can fund positions to move the process quickly. And so it's absolutely, I think it's time, but I also want to tie it to the quality of customer service that we give our community, and make sure that those two are tied hand in hand, so that people feel as though we're charging, but we're being quick and respectful with their time and their budget. But thank you so much for bringing this item to us. Do you need any movement? This is an update. Will it come back to mayor and council at a regular session?
Yes, Mayor, we'll bring this back to you for consideration at a future meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christina. Really appreciate the presentation. Next item is another update, something that I've requested that we consider. I requested an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by resident and business owners in Tucson. Mr. City Manager, do you have a presentation for us today?
Yes, we do, Mayor, and since we're moving so quickly, some of the staff isn't quite primed, ready to go, but they will be here shortly. So we do have, as you mentioned, this is our monthly update, usually the second meeting of the month. We alternate. One is by Chief of Police and our Director of Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, and then the other is by our multi-agency resource director, as well as our Housing First Director. So with that, I'll turn it over to Monty and Brandy for a presentation.
Thank you. Hi, welcome to the table. Wanted to welcome both Brandy Champion and Amaris Vasquez, our Regional Unsheltered Resource Coordinator and our Housing First Director. Thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me to provide an update today on Housing First. Since July of 2023 through October 2023, we have served 152 individuals in our non-congregate shelters. Wildcat, 76, with a current census of 127 with 61 children. At Desert Cove, that's operated by Community Bridges, 18 folks are there. 18 folks were served in that time period, and there's a current census of 29 folks with 3 children. They're in the house in the back of that property. The main houses are for women and men, single women and men. At Amazon, 58 people were served, and they have a current census of 51 with 22 children. So Housing First has successfully assisted 36 households into permanent housing across all programs from July 1 of 2023 through October of 2023. And we have assisted another 549 through our shower program in that time period. We're at 8 different locations throughout the city. That includes St. Francis, Casa Maria's, Primavera Drop-In Center, Caridad Kitchens, Stand Up for Kids. We are at Zion City, on Ruthroff, 4th Avenue Coalition, and Goodwill Youth Recreation Center with that shower trailer weekly. So on our Housing Emergency Action Response Team, which is the pilot that was created to work with folks in their housing in a voucher program to provide wraparound services and different things, such as financial literacy, workforce development, legal support, and other services that are beneficial to them maintaining their housing. They are currently serving 86 clients, and that's with 5 case managers and a person that's kind of like our firefighter that goes out on emergencies and deals with landlords and things like that. Crowd to Home is also part of that program. It's a supplement, a grant that we received from the Arizona Coalition of Housing Coalition, I'm sorry. And that grant is set in place to help folks get stable with like legal fees, if they're having an issue with their vehicle, if they're on arrearages in their utilities and stuff like that. So we're utilizing those funds for that. And with that, I will pass it over to Mari.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Happy to give you a report on efforts taking place to address unsheltered individuals and encampments in our community. The current encampment protocol tool was started at the end of October of 2022. This process has helped us to have reports entered into the ArcGIS system dashboard that is monitored by an encampment coordinator and helps us organize and allocate resources as needed through the tiered system. Data pulled on November 20th showed that we had 10,376 reports submitted, with 49% of those reports being duplicate and 35 reports of things that were not encampments, resulting in 1,240 cases being opened for encampment protocol. 46% of those cases were completed by just a cleanup. Very thankful to EGSD and our homeless work program. 46% of those. 13 were tier 2, means that they were on monitoring. And then 41 had to be abated. 41% of those had to be abated. The system, as stated before, has reflected a shift from 100% of Tucson police involvement to now 60%, which is what we want to do, is putting the right work in the right hands. We know that homelessness is a complex issue that doesn't have a one-size-fits-all solution, and so we're committed to working on encampments with a balanced approach that combines both outreach and accountability. Our approach begins with the outreach of building relationships, trust, and rapport with people in the encampments. It involves connecting individuals to holistic support services such as healthcare, addiction treatment, and mental health services. It's about addressing the root cause of homelessness with the people that we're trying to get to. Through outreach, we offer immediate placements into emergency shelter, detox, and inpatient treatment. This approach provides crucial support for those ready to accept offerings and begin their journey towards stability. However, we are aware that some people still refuse the services. So accountability is also a big component of our strategy. While outreach is essential, it's equally important to hold individuals accountable for behaviors. This ensures a balanced and fair approach that considers the well-being of our entire community. We do have some exciting teams ready to help the cause. The multidisciplinary outreach team that's set to roll out on December 4th represents a pivotal step towards promoting permanent housing, financial stability, and the overall well-being of those experiencing homelessness. It's comprised of a nurse practitioner from El Rio, a street outreach team member from Old Pueblo Community Services, and a city Housing First case manager. And this team is dedicated to utilizing a progressive engagement strategy, much like they did when they worked with the golf links encampments back in September of 2022, where they worked at it as a community, made sure that everybody was, set together and moved them into housing together so that they could keep that community going. So we're working to get that up and running, and hopefully beginning of December, we have everybody on board. Also very excited to share with you another initiative in our community's commitment to addressing homelessness with the presence of our Housing Central Command, also known as HCC. It's a team sent to us by the Department of Housing and Urban Development that will be in our region working with us for approximately 3 months. We have team lead David Canavan in the audience here with us. Housing Central Command signifies a shift towards comprehensive system-wide approach to tackling homelessness. It helps us work more collaboratively with the continuum of care and coordinated entry teams. This effort ensures a unified strategy, facilitating a seamless transition from encampments to stable housing. HCC embraces technical assistance, helps us with advanced technology, and then they have their expert guidance. That use of technology enhances coordination among service providers, and it helps to optimize our response. Centralized command also helps us with allocation of resources where we can make the maximum impact. And our region's commitment to implementing evidence-based strategy is a cornerstone of what Housing Central Command is here to help us with. Together, we're building more of an inclusive, supportive, and sustainable future for all residents. We thank you for your attention, and we welcome any questions or discussions you may have.
Thank you, Mari and Brandy. Really appreciate the incredible work that you all do day in, day out on such a complex issue. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Can you please remind Mayor and Council and the community of the partner nonprofits that we work with daily, and whether it's, if we just refer and they're helpful, which are the nonprofits that we work with?
A lot of the ones that we work with on a daily basis are going to be Old Pueblo Community Services, Community Bridges, La Frontera, Salvation Army, Gospel Rescue, Emerge. We have a list of them. I'm trying to go through.
How do we connect the work that we're doing, especially now that we're bringing in Housing Central Command, with, for example, the partnership that we've built with the Transition Center at the Pima County Jail? And how do we make sure that our police officers, if they do take someone to Pima County Jail, that that the process is going to work between the handoff of our police officers to the Pima County Jail to the transition center? Does that chain exist already, or are we still having issues and problems with it?
We're brainstorming that process, but I'll let.
Madam Mayor, I think that that does exist, and coordination of services, and it started with this administration, letting Mari come on board and making that connection. HCC has already met with Pima County this morning, and this is their first day on the ground here, so I think that this is part of the reason that they're here, is to make those, to tie in all of those services together, county, city, state, help us do that in an effective way. Nonprofit partners, for-profit partners, all of the above.
Because if we want to avoid the game of whack-a-mole, which we all don't want to see, right? And I know that our police officers, if there's crimes being committed with unsheltered individuals, then they want to be able to, you know, take them to jail and make sure that there's a process whereby they don't have to take hours and hours and hours and hours of their time for the jail to take them in and then release them in an hour. So how are we trying to work with the sheriff's office as well as Pima County? And is the transition center part of that equation?
Yes, so Madam Mayor, we did meet, not last week, the week before, with Deputy Director Holmes, Assistant Chief of Police, Chief Prieto, and Kate Vesley from Justice Services, as well as Lieutenant Brady and myself, to start a brainstorm of how we think that that could work, especially if there are situations where we could have the transition center be a point of not only outreach, but part of, you know, either a post-release discussion that they can meet with navigators, or have it be a situation where they get that extra help that they may need. So what that looks like exactly, we're not sure, but we're starting to like plan it out.
That is great. That's music to my ears, because I know that the complexity of it all is mind-numbing. But on our end, on the policymakers' end, we've been meeting with Chair Adelita Grijalva on the Board of Supervisors, and County Administrator John Lesher, the city manager, and I are there. And then we bring in different department directors or administrators to try and figure it out, as well as Pima County Attorney Laura Conover, and our chief. So we're trying to figure it out on the policy end, but I'm really happy that you all are trying to figure it out on the logistical end, because I think that it really is a problem when we see that game of whack-a-mole, where there's one piece or a few pieces of the puzzle that are not working that we have to change. So I'm happy to hear that you're all getting together to figure that out. Any others? Councilmember Cunningham.
As we've said from the beginning, that this program has to be systemic. Everything, whatever we're doing, and I just want to really quickly point out that the city of Tucson, as far as cities go, has gone above and beyond what other municipalities around the country have done. You guys are probably one of the most progressive, but more importantly, the most forward-thinking departments in how we're utilizing our department to address this crisis, which is nationwide. So I want to say that piece first, because it's really important that when you really look at this crisis, it's not just a housing crisis. It's not just an economic crisis. It also could be considered a correctional crisis. It could also be considered a court crisis or a public health crisis. Well, the last time I checked, courts, public health, and corrections aren't necessarily traditionally part of what a city does. But it's good that our partners who are responsible for that are engaging us and helping us move forward. But at the end of the day, what is the real crux of this crisis? This is a people crisis. And we have the right people doing the right things to get us to where we want to go. after touring what will be the transition center, it sounds like ultimately in about 5-6 months, we're going to have a discussion about funding. And I think we want to be prepared we want to prepare ourselves for it. And I think we want to start looking to see how we're going to pull that off now. But if we do, and if we get the tenor up and we get the other pieces to the puzzle that the mayor's talking about, we're probably going to have one of the most robust responses to this crisis in the world, not just the country. So I'm really proud of the work you're doing. Everybody seems like they're kind of all moving in the same direction, which ultimately is going to get us exactly where we want to go. So congratulations. That's a great update. Mayor, the pointed questions, you took all the words out of my mouth today, so it's perfect. Other than that, keep doing what you're doing, and we're happy to help wherever we're needed.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Study session item 6, explain the cases in progress and cases monitoring further in general. In detail. Broke it down by ward, but what about the cases in progress, cases monitoring?
Mayor, I apologize, Councilmember, did I interrupt you?
Go ahead.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I believe we've been sending out what the cases are across the entirety of the city. You'll note that some of the wards have a greater impact than others. Keep in mind, those are both responses from our folks as well as complaints, so it's complaint driven, so people call it in. We are starting to see a trend which will give us an opportunity to deploy resources. And I just had a conversation with Councilmember Dahl yesterday, and I think it's important that we look at where those impacts are so that we can deploy resources appropriately and really commensurate with that demand.
Thank you, Mike. The other thing is mental health services. How are we doing with that? I know a lot of these folks have mental health issues, substance abuse issues.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we do work with Kodak and COPE, and we have relationships with the CRC as well. And so we always make sure that have them involved in some of those services as well, so that we can offer whatever it is that they may need.
Thank you. You guys do an outstanding job. We want, like Paul said, we're one of the leaders in the country. Continue to move forward with our programs.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I do have additional 2 questions. One, some time ago, Mayor and Council gave direction to look for and try and invest in a low barrier congregate shelter. And so I just wanted an update to see if we were looking into that. And then my second question is, I noticed a lot of children at Wildcat and Desert Cove and Amazon. What's happening?
I think, Honorable Mayor, I think what we're seeing is, since the moratorium is lifted, people have been evicted now, and we're getting to a place where they're feeling more comfortable. The families that are displaced are feeling more comfortable to come forward because they know that we're not going to call DCS on them just because they're homeless. You see what I mean? That they can come to the Wildcat or the Amazon and receive the services that they so desperately need and be rehoused successfully, and their kids can thrive there. We have 8 school buses that come to our property. I mean, 8 TUSD school buses, 6 of them are TUSD. We have Sunnyside, Amphi. So they're coming to our property to pick up children and take them around. So I think that people are just understanding that we're going to be accepting of that and coming forward.
So more families are feeling comfortable at our housing first options.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It is so devastating to see so many children, 61 at Wildcat, 22 at Amazon, 3 at Desert Cove, and it, and it houses 29 people. It's just a lot of children. Are families are we giving them the ability to transfer to more permanent housing options?
Honorable, yes, we are, Honorable Mayor. I'd like to say to this mayor and council that the wards have been so helpful. Ward 3, thank you. Councilman Dahl, I appreciate it. We get a lot of help from our wards with school supplies, art supplies, things like that. So we really appreciate it. Councilmember Cunningham, I appreciate your help. Councilman Kay, I appreciate your help too. So that, to have your level of help coming towards our people, it's just a reach that I've never seen in any other jurisdiction, where you have a reach from all the way from the mayor to the person that's receiving the service. And I think that that's what's making this work so well, so we can scale it.
If I may add also, Honorable Mayor and Council, the Tucson Firefighters Association, departments around the city will reach out and say, we have food boxes, we have, toys for the holidays, how many people do you need help with, and things like that, and they can coordinate with Alice and who oversees the shelters, and they're, everybody's kind of stepping in to help each other, so.
Mr. Ortega.
We do have
and
an
then-
update
and-
on that.
On the Low
congregate shelter
Barrier
case.
Congregate Shelter, yes.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, happy to share an update. We're approaching two opportunities. The one that you are already aware of is Amphi Housing First Resource Center, which we would plan for that to be a combination congregate, a tiny home shelter. We are also exploring an opportunity with the Salvation Army, who has a building for sale that could be a substantial opportunity. In talks with Old Public Community Services, who does low barrier shelter, is submitting a grant to request funding from the state. And so there's a partnership that we're looking to do with that potential site, but that is underway.
That's wonderful news. Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Dahl.
Awesome, thank you. So I remember last time we got an update, I asked you about the gap between where we're at and where we want to get, and you talked about behavioral health services, and I know Councilmember Fimbres asked about that. I was just curious if we've seen any extra capacity come in to support that since our last update, or where we're at with that for question 1.
Councilmember Lee, we're still kind of in the same place. We have COPE, Kodak, some La Frontera, Old Pueblo Community Services also provides some behavioral health services. El Rio will be providing some behavioral health services coming in. Yeah, so we can refer into the VA when we have veterans. We do have veterans and we get to refer to the VA. So I think we can definitely improve on bringing in the mental health services, and I think we're looking at options to do so.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. And then Mayor, I had the same question in terms of trends. I was listening for the things you were saying that were different from the last update, and the children was a big trend. And I'm so grateful that the families are feeling comfortable. Maybe they were in their cars before, and now they're coming in and having a roof over their head. So I think that's an amazing piece of information. I also heard you use the word accountability several times. I was curious if you could just briefly touch on what you mean by that and how we at this table can support you with that effort.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, I think a lot of the times when we come forward and we start to discuss, it always is focused on the outreach of what we're trying to do, because that's initially how we wanted to set up the protocol, is to have outreach go out first. However, I think a piece that gets lost is that if someone is doing something that they shouldn't be doing and it is affecting our community, we need to hold those people accountable as well. So, kind of separating the shelter from if it's criminal activity, right? If it's criminal activity, whether you're housed or you're not, we have to address that as well. So, working closely with Tucson Police, figuring out, how do we get CORE, the community outreach resource and engagement team, out there for some more, proactive community policing, so that they can get ahead of some of those, finding the areas where we are seeing, high drug use or, prostitutions, things like that are happening around encampments, that we can enforce some of those behaviors, through them, while we handle the other unsheltered piece of it. And I know that gets lost sometimes, but I think we have to say it because it does have to be part of how we approach the situation as well.
Absolutely. That's why I wanted to pull on that thread a little bit, because I know, Mayor, to your point, we have our officers out there bringing people in who are doing activity that is illegal. And then there's something that breaks down along the way. And so I think that's great that you're having the conversations about the whole, Paul, you've talked about it a lot, the end-to-end solution and where those gaps are. And of course, if there's specific things you think that we can help with on that accountability piece, would love to know that. And then the last piece is just kind of the next steps. Mayor, you talked about the low barrier congregate shelter, and I think possibly another iteration of looking at how we can continue to look at all of the nuances and use cases of people who are experiencing homelessness and how we can apply solutions to people who are living in their cars, people who are in these different scenarios, and how we can continue to support them and lift everybody up. So I'm looking forward to continuing to brainstorm on that front.
Any others? Oh, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Very grateful for your report and for the recent reports that show ward by ward encampment reportments. And yay, Ward 3 is number 1. Apparently, we have the biggest concentration of problems. 3 times is the lowest ward's problems. And my staff has stepped up, and I think we're glad to be your partner. Thank you for recognizing us in that. But Mayor, I want to thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues, and I want to thank the manager and everybody in the city who is addressing some aspect of this problem. In this report, we didn't hear much about the fentanyl overlay. We've heard that from the Pima County Health Director, and we've heard from Chief Kazmar in the past. That makes all of this so much more difficult, incredibly difficult, and the public faces that and thinks of homelessness and criminality, and the solution is to arrest them all. I hear that every week. And that's obviously not the solution, or as Chief Kazmar has told us, arrests in some cases are part of the continuum towards a solution. But I am just so grateful for the work that you're going to do, and I'm going to tell you all, I'm going to announce a project that Ward 3 is doing to help those children. They need to have a happy holiday. So we're going to do stockings, and we're asking the community to help with stocking stuffers and other presents for these 80, 90 kids that are experiencing a lot of stress in this transition in their life. And it makes me so happy. I feel, my Santa nature's coming out. And thank you again for all the work you're doing. It must be so stressful and hard, but you seem committed and passionate and very good at this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Any others? I just want to reiterate the incredible work that you're doing. That's why I ask for an update every month to make sure that if there are gaps that we should be made aware of, that we are made aware of the needs of what's happening out there. And Councilmember Dahl, thank you so much for your work with the children. I know that you are putting part of your budget into all of this and have been doing so for months. So we really appreciate your work on this. Brandy and Mari, thank you for your work. Really appreciate the update. Thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute break. I agree with that. I second that motion to take a 5-minute break. We will be back with item 7, the no racing photo enforcement. Session and moving quickly into item 7. Time has been set aside to review the recommendations tied to using technology solutions to address illegal street racing on Tucson streets. I, for one, would like to thank Councilwoman Lee for her incredible work, working closely with Tucson Police Department Operation Division East and Chief Chad Casmar, as well as the City Attorney's Office to bring this item to the council. Really appreciate it. As we all know, street racing and speeding are issues that pose a significant threat to our community safety. We know that these activities often take place in residential areas, putting innocent bystanders, including children and families, at risk of injury or even death. So this item is something that we want to act on quickly, and appreciate the work that Councilwoman Lee has been doing extensively for this item. I know that Ward 4, parts of Ward 2, and Ward 5 see these incidents at much greater pace than others, but I know that it happens throughout our community. So with that, I'd like to throw this item to Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. You did a wonderful job of summarizing everything. I just want to thank the team for their work the past 6 weeks to put together a solution across multiple departments to be able to figure out how we can work together to bring some strategic capabilities into the organization to support our officers, help them do their job more safely, efficiently, and effectively, and come home every night safe. That's the goal. So I believe, City Manager, do you have a presentation, or how do you want to move forward so we can get all this good information on the table?
Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Lee. Mayor, members of council. So this is a follow-up to a conversation we had a bit ago. And the thought was to come back with some recommendations, some suggestions. So if you go through the materials, there's actually a list of thoughts and ideas and corresponding costs associated with those. Obviously, when I come to you with needs, I always try to come to you with a solution as well. My suggestion is that we are already working on a variety of these things. But what I'd like to do is work with the chief to identify some funding for some of these and the priorities, and I'll let the chief talk about his priorities over that. But also make sure that you're well-versed in this, so when we come back with the budget and the budget discussions, that you then can weigh in on the priority on a macro scale of all of the needs that the police department has. So I've got the chief here and also our CIO as well, in case there are specific questions about the technology. So I'll turn it over to the chief, and then he can turn it over to Chris as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee. Again, thank you for creating the space, as everybody's commended you on for the conversation today. As you can see, it became a little more expansive than just the conversation, because when we really start peeling the onion back on driving behavior and specifically street racing and drag racing and intersection takeovers, and then that becomes violent crime nexus and gun crime. So this is really, I hope, what you took away from this, that three things. We're serious about community safety as a city team. We have a game plan. And this is really the aspects that were included in this 8-page document are part of the total safety package when we talk about P&I, place network investigations, public safety partnership, evidence-based strategies. This is just an extension of those ideas. But I want to take us back even a few years before that to, again, commend the leadership at this table to think about, this goes all the way back to thinking we needed a consolidated 911 center. And it goes back that far, in creating the space in the new build, which we have, which what would evolve from TRAC to our community safety awareness and response centers we know as CSARC. And so these are a lot of forward-thinking ideas that have taken years to come to fruition that are really starting to bear fruit now at this point. And so a couple things I wanted to talk about. When we have concerns and we talk about technology and government, not just with police departments, there's concern. And there's concerns about how we use that technology, what kind of policies we have, what kind of training that we have, what kind of supervision do we have to control those things. It doesn't tend, when we look back at the last 5 years of the policing profession, doesn't tend to be the technology that got us in trouble. It's how we used it and how we oversaw it. And then, so obviously concerns and conversations that I have on a routine basis out in the community, as do all of you. The second part of this is really thinking about who's impacted by crime. And the reality is, when we talk about poverty in our community and high crime areas and in our populations of color, I think what we've demonstrated through our evidence-based strategies is these are folks in our community who can't move. So they're forced to deal with crime. They're victims of crime. They're surrounded by it. They're raising children in it. And what we've demonstrated through some of our evidence-based strategies is we can go in with surgical precision and address individuals who are committing these crimes and not cause harm. And so I think we've had over 2 years of committed evidence to that strategy and confidence from our community and us as not just the Tucson Police Department, but the public safety partners and the city as a whole. So I really wanted to the essence of this memo was to capture the fact that we've been utilizing the majority of these technologies for several years now with responsibility, and that comes with evaluating policy at a national level. What are the best practices? So when we look at that, we look at major city police, we look at the International Chief of Police Association, we look at the Police Executive Research Forum, and we also follow any type of litigation or harm that's come from other departments using technology, so we can learn from those and make sure that we're in a better position. So the technologies that we're talking about, for the most part, we've already been using. And when we think about public-facing technology, there are things that we wouldn't need a search warrant for. There are things that we could all walk outside today in our parking lot and observe. And that's the easiest way. It's the camera footage that my Ring camera right now is capturing in my front yard and every car that goes by. There's very few cases today that we investigate that don't have some form of technology in a public-private partnership that we don't utilize to solve crime every day in this community. And we just don't talk about it enough and celebrate the fact that it creates far more efficient investigations. But we can't do that alone, and that's why my IT partner, Chris, in crime, in solving crime, is here with me, because when we think about community safety anymore, it's not just community safety, health, and wellness, but I depend on all of my public safety partners and my IT partners to help me implement and make sure that what I think is good for me as far as a police chief also interfaces with the technologies that we have in a broader city. So what I'll close with and then open up for questions is all of our current practices, our policies, our procedures, the technologies that we're looking to expand, frankly, for the most part, are based upon existing policy that we have that's continually evaluated. And what I would suggest to Mayor and Council is that as we move forward, that there be provided space for me to come back and maybe quarterly and give updates on how the technology acquisition is going, how the utilization in that, what kind of impact we're seeing, and what kind of community feedback I'm getting as a chief of police. And I'm available for questions.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chief. I do have a few pages of questions. No, just a few questions. Again, I just want to acknowledge the cross-departmental collaboration. Tucson Fire Department was involved, Public Safety Communications, IT, obviously, Transportation and Mobility, City Manager's Office. So this takes a whole team, takes a village to take on this situation. Also, City Attorney, it indicated that you were on board and good with everything here. So just want to acknowledge that you made sure we're all on the up and up with these technologies. So just a couple questions on timeline, right? Obviously, I don't think the city manager has $1 million, like a suitcase, like Deal or No Deal on your desk. So we obviously are going to have to look at a funding strategy and timeline for that. But there's a couple pieces that I'm curious about on the policy side. So for the automated license plate readers, for now, we have 12, it says. You say in the memo that there's a timeline, or what's the timeline for the policy to govern the use of the technology? Because it sounds like we have them, but we're waiting on the development of the policy.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, under Chief Magnus' era, federal grants were obtained, and through those federal grants to target violent crime, grant dollars that were approved by Mayor and Council were approved, and some of that was the Technology Department of Justice. So we have limited platforms that we deploy now in specific areas through the course of investigation, and we have policy that controls the specialized resources that have how to use it, how to deploy it, and how to access it, and how it's and spot checked, if you will, through supervision. What we're looking at doing is through updated, not to get too far down in the weeds, but we're ready to launch on a pilot with 50 mobile ALPR, the automated license plate readers, on our patrol vehicles and some of our unmarked vehicles. And that would be a pilot, an expansion of that pilot from 12 to 50. We have that now. I don't need additional funds to be able to launch on that. We have the policy now. And really that's an expansion of training for some of our patrol resources that would be trained primarily on some of our hotspot areas that we deploy now specific to violent crime. And really, again, when we talk about ALPR, just to be really clear, that does not capture the driver. The only thing that records is the license plate. And so again, it'd be something that you could walk by a vehicle today and see, and those records are recorded. And that's either to later to go back into a database and evaluate if we've had a homicide, and we've solved homicides through the use of this technology this year. And it expedites what would take hundreds of hours for detectives to comb through video through the use of technology. And it's not, and we always jump to it's artificial intelligence, but my colleague here can give you a much more articulate answer than me on what the difference is from technology versus just technology that captures red car versus artificial intelligence. So I'm not even getting into the AI with this conversation here today. It's just really proven technology across the country that's already been used for nearly a decade. We've been using some of this technology for over a decade, and we're really just asking for authorization to expand the use of this.
No, I was just curious on the policy piece because I have read articles and people have concerns about what data we're capturing, who we're sharing it with, for example, just for people's privacy reasons. So I just wanted to understand where we were at with a policy for this that would help us ensure, public concern that may come up. Because with all of these things, there's potential for people to be concerned about it, and understandably so. Gunshot detection, to broaden that, yes, absolutely. That is, as you put in the memo, continuing to be a part of it. Just at the intersection I live in, I sleep through it now, unfortunately, but that was reported last weekend. One other piece, just a high-level touch on it, is the enabling the transmission, delay the encryption of the radio. Just to put it out there, if you could explain a little bit about how we're currently using that, because I think some people may be concerned on transparency if we have encrypted radio traffic and people can't hear it. So can you talk a little bit about how we're using it and just kind of address that, Chad?
Absolutely. Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, just to put an explanation point on your last question, just to be clear, TPD will also not house these databases. These are databases that we'd have access to, but they're in the cloud and things that are not managed specifically by TPD staff. So I just wanted to be clear about that. And right now we have our records on a 5-year record retention basis where there's an automatic purging of that. And so we do want to be thoughtful in what records we're creating for public records requests, both through the city clerk's office and an already stressed records department, so we're trying to be thoughtful there. As far as the expanding what we already use for encrypted radios, we have used historically for my entire career encrypted radios for our SWAT team in our plainclothes units that are out doing undercover type deployments. Technology has changed. Anybody now with one of these on their hip can have a computer and can have an app and listen to everything that happens down at communications, and that creates challenges. The real-time challenge for us right now that we're experiencing with the street racers is they're waiting to move now until the helicopter lands. So they're monitoring the air supports. They'll watch tonight's meeting, and they pay attention to our radios. So they're one step ahead of us. So I'm just asking for the ability to strategically do my job, but also at the same time be transparent with the community. So one of my chief partners, I'm on the Arizona Chiefs of Police Board. I've been following this across the country, and my partner just to the north in Mesa recently just went to this for the same type of reasons. They were having challenges, officer safety issues. We are not trying to keep people from monitoring our activities. What we're asking for is, and I would propose to mayor and council in the communities, that we would move to having an hour delay. So that would give our staff the opportunity to deploy in a safe manner to affect operations, and then we would use a third party that would, everything that would normally come out would just come out an hour later. And that would I've discussed this with the city attorney's office. Nothing would change other than the fact it would give us a little bit of delay to make the officer's job a little bit safer. And I'll just remind members of council that when 2 or 3 officers show up, there are absolutely mob mentalities at these intersection takeovers. They don't respond to the authority of 1 or 2 officers. They'll surround the officers. There's been gunshots fired. There's been items thrown. So it's a serious officer safety issue, and we've really just evolved. I never thought in a million years, when I first started this, that we'd have those types of things that would occur, but they're occurring, and so that's the reason for the ask.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure everyone was understanding. I'm just looking for keywords that may flag in people's concerns. Non-technical solutions, partnering with the schools, education. Super interested in what that could look like, so I would definitely love for us to explore that. Also, additional penalties. I would love to explore what that might look like, how we can help be a part of making sure that, as we talked about in the last item, there's accountability. And then for the future items on the list, the non-near-term items, looking forward to looking at those going into the budget. Speaking of budget, I know we talk about this every year, and I think you mentioned before that about 95% or so of TPD's budget, base budget, goes to the personnel, right? And so there's not much wiggle room when we have to look at how we integrate these additional capabilities that are going to support our officers. To a bigger conversation that I'm hoping that we start, well, I will help us start having, is around the strategic technological investments that we bring in that are centered around people, right? So when you gave the example of we have this new technology that can read the plates and it's going to help us out here, I just want to be clear that all of these things should be in support of our people and not to replace our people. It's just to enable them to do their jobs better, more efficiently, and safer. That's really the spirit of all of this. So wanting to look forward to having more of those conversations. And, just in terms of next steps, I obviously want to stop talking and hear what all of my colleagues have to say, but I would definitely, and I can make this in the form of a motion here soon, but just want us to move forward with a funding strategy and implementation plan and timeline so that we can communicate to the public what we're going to be doing with this taxpayer investment. And then curious in looking at return on investment, we talked a little bit about that, but how much time we're saving and how much more capable we are of addressing this challenge with this $1 million investment that we will hopefully be able to make toward this problem. So that's all my comments, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lee, I really like the question about, for me, it's like, how do we proceed in terms of a timeline and what we can start doing now? I would like to know what's like the biggest bang for our buck. What can you immediately start doing as a department so that we can help avoid some of these? Because as soon as we start enforcement, right, there's going to be avoidance. So what is our biggest bang for our buck? What can we do now to start making sure that we're being proactive on this issue?
Honorable Honorable Mayor, members of council, great question. I think they're really in the order of importance and feasibility. I really wanted to create a list that gives us some relief now. I mean, for the community, for mayor and council, for the staff that are out there, is just as frustrated as a community that we're working to solve this difficult problem. So the mobile speed enforcement vehicle, I'm gonna remove the word van. One of the things I like to do as chief, even with my own gray pickup truck, I'll give everybody the color that has lights, and I do conduct traffic stops, is to keep everybody a little bit on their toes. So, when a gray pickup truck stops you one time, then you suddenly are looking, and your driving behavior changes around every other gray vehicle. So I don't want to limit us to just one specific type of vehicle, unmarked vehicle, to do the speed enforcement in some of the areas like Houghton, where we heard loudly from community that they, in Ward 4, that they want some response. So those types of vehicles, I think we can figure out within existing budget capacity that we have. The pan tilt zoom cameras, again, a total investment of $300,000, but understanding that these are $1,500 to $2,000 cameras. And what I'm looking really to be able to do here is I would put those at some strategic intersections that I know are thoroughfares for these groups who are traveling across our community. When they know we're in one area because they're monitoring our radios and they move to another one, I want to be able to capture where they're going and their patterns of behavior. I also want to create safe spaces, like in downtown. We just had the L Tour. It was another amazing event. But there's not a week that goes on in this country that we don't turn on the news to an active killer type situation. And I think that the population change of our community and what the feel that I'm getting from community in a public-private partnership of cameras to create safe spaces, that we're there and we're ready, and the feel from the communities, they're ready, and they frankly expect that in a world where we have devices in our houses that are sending us ads because they're monitoring our conversations. I think we've all recognized we live in a camera state, but recognizing how do we create safe spaces with technology that don't require a police officer to be present for you to feel safe. And so I would be, some mix of those. And as I stated, through an existing contract that we have with Axon, we'll be able to move on the 50 automated LPR license plate readers in our patrol vehicles and some plainclothes vehicles, but as some smaller capacity that we would put towards a mobile platform where we can move it around to some of the corridors that we've been experiencing some of these challenges.
That sounds good. I'm all for using technology to make all of our lives safer and easier, especially to make the work of our officers that much more efficient. And so I really like the concept of being able to supplement police work with some of this technology that is already being used, and that we can pursue starting immediately to make sure that we put it to work. A couple of things I just want to make sure that we clarify for the public. One, what is the difference between what we're proposing now in terms of no raising photo enforcement and what voters in Tucson voted down, which is the red light speed cameras that we had in intersections? How can we clarify that difference?
So Mayor, members of the council, you of course are correct that back in 2015, the voters approved an initiative that amended our code with respect to cameras. And it wasn't just red light, but it was speed enforcement cameras as well. But what that prohibition did was it didn't prohibit the use of those cameras for traffic enforcement. It prohibited using those cameras in a way where they were the only observer of the violation, and that the prosecution of a violation was based exclusively on the operations of the camera or that technology. And so Councilwoman Lee captured it well in her memo that was part of the materials. And the chief has talked about it some as well, is that as part of whether it be the no racing zone enforcement or any other use of cameras for traffic enforcement, it wouldn't be just based on the camera capturing a violation. There would be a human witness able to testify in court to move forward a violation, and that would be consistent with the voter action back in 2015. And I'll just add to what the chief said. I think we're in a different time than we were back in 2015. But the policies that we will build around the use of the technology will still, of course, reflect and honor any of the prohibitions that the voters approved.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that we reiterated the issue to make it absolutely clear for the public that the use of technology, we're using it a different way to protect the public. I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz has some questions, and then Vice Mayor.
I appreciate both your questions, Mayor, and Councilmember Lee, to have some clarity for the public. I think anytime that, we're talking about technology, I think it raises people's, hairs around surveillance and what that means and the extent of how that information gets used. And so I want to make sure that we are having conversations with the public about this. So this information, the way that Chief Casimir just kind of walked us through what some of these things mean, that we make that known and that we have conversations, because I think that once, we implement, some of this technology, it'll be difficult, to roll it back, so that even though, again, we have good intentions, we're not, not sure what the implications of what it will all mean. And so I just always want us to thread carefully. And so I don't know if there's opportunity as we are thinking about crafting policy around this, like how do we bring in community and the public to also give input.
Vice Mayor?
Thanks. Conspicuously missing from your list was the one of no cost associated with it, and that's the encryption of the radios. You've already purchased them, and it seems to me that if you're looking for an immediate bang to the buck, when I asked the question several weeks ago, whenever Nikki brought this, I understand these guys are already advertising themselves on social media. Your answer was, yeah, but they're listening to our signals, and so they're waiting for us before we get there. If there's an immediate policy implementation for not only the safety of the public, but the safety of your officers, why not do the encryption piece right now at no cost and just put it into effect?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, thank you for bringing that up. I'm absolutely on board for that. It's about a 90-day process to get all of the radios out, which have to go out first to all of the public safety community, including fire, communications, and the police department. Once everybody has them, then we can literally flip the switch and send a signal out to all the radios, and when they update and program that, they become encrypted. So I think within 90 days, we could certainly have that done, and I can have community conversations to make sure that they're comfortable with my proposed policy of an hour delay and what that would look like, and get that feedback.
The other piece that comes with no cost is the non-technology solutions, and that's education. You've got listed in here partnering with schools to develop street racing education, diversion programs, identifying opportunities to partner with social organizations and the clubs that are committed to the responsible racing. Again, that's something that we could be doing right now, and with no added cost.
Vice Mayor, those are real time happening. With Mayor and Council support, we built a patrol vehicle lowrider, which has been a big hit at the car clubs and a big conversation piece. And we are having those ongoing dialogues through divisional neighborhood meetings and car club meetings. Most of the car clubs in town, I'll reiterate, are law-abiding car enthusiasts and don't approve of the behaviors that are happening at 2 to 4 a.m. when we're taking over these intersections. But we need to do more, and I certainly are working with the school leadership, all of it. So at the junior high level, I mean, we are, as you've heard us say before, we are locating 12, 13, and 14-year-olds at these events where some of these things, and they're being brought there by guardians. So definitely a work in progress.
Thanks. Finally, I just think it's fun watching you drive that lowrider up Campbell every morning. It's very cool.
So we did talk about the near term, and I'll go to you in a second, Councilmember Cunningham, but there's also midterm actions. And I think that those midterm actions and read in terms of expansion of additional software systems, citywide fiber optic broadband, expansion of transportation vehicle detection systems, and expansion of public safety air support and GPS tracking darts. Can you expand a little bit more on the midterm? And then I'm very curious about the timeline. Like, what can we do now? You've set the enforcement vehicle, we'll call it, so that we won't use van. And then, of course, what we already have on hand, which is the delay encryption of public safety radios, which I imagine you're going to deploy as soon as practicable. Talk to me about the midterm, and then also, how do we pursue, I'm always thinking about this, how do we pursue federal dollars and state dollars so that we can make our lives easier with our general fund?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you for bumping me on that. I had made notes and was discussing it with the city manager. I want to be clear with city leadership and the community. Mid fiscal year, we didn't expect to leave the table today with a commitment of the city manager finding almost nearly $1 million to combat this issue. That's all but impossible to do with the way that we run our budget. Really to propose the idea, and then for those short-term things to launch, midterm to continue to have conversation in the next fiscal year. But you bring up a great point, which I forgot to mention, was through the Public Safety Partnership and the Department of Justice, all these are supported technologies that we've already benefited from some grant dollars, but we've not maximized impact of our grant acquisition at a federal level. I will be making a run at all of these technologies and ask. In fact, I'll be presenting in Indiana in the second week of December to the Department of Justice and 1,000 other public safety folks from across the country on the progress that we've made in our journey with that project so far. I'm going to cover, I'll cover 2 points in the midterm, and then I'll kick it over to my colleague here. Expansion of public safety air support. We have been deploying and acquiring drones and using those in a thoughtful way to find missing persons, to create safe spaces for large events like the El Tour de Tucson, and also to observe groups like the street racers, where we can get a better, safer picture when we have limited resources to go out. That was a mayor and council approved budget item, which we'll continue to deploy. As far as the expansion of air support, it's really not an expansion, it's an evolution. We have 3 air support helicopters. We have a 1999 and 2 2005s. Most of us don't get into a 1999 vehicle unless you have a real fond affinity for that vehicle. We're driving newer vehicles, and I can tell you when you get in our 1999, you recognize it's a 99. We have an amazing support staff that keeps those things in the air. Helicopters don't glide so good. But that's been part of an ongoing conversation that I've been having with the deputy city manager and the city manager. So we've presented some options for that. It's about a 1.5 to 2 year order time for a plane. And the reason that it's important to replace one of our oldest helicopters with a plane, to not increase our air support unit, but just the evolution of it, is just like the memo stated, the helicopter is a low-level tactical support. Everybody knows it's there. That's the point. And it provides a backup and a safety net for the officers on the ground. And for people to know they're being followed, but in today's world, that sometimes doesn't make them stop. It makes them want to be pursued and want to be chased, which we have a policy against for the most part. So the expansion, instead of flying at 500 feet, allows us to fly at 5,000 to 6,000 feet and to use technology to track vehicles that are involved with these types of behaviors and let them safely get back to their place of residence. And then we obtain a search warrant, and it's a much safer way to do that business. The community doesn't know that we're up there, so you're not hearing the rotor air disruption, which we've all heard. Sometimes we're thankful it's there. Sometimes we're annoyed that it's there. So it's just it's the evolution of that. And there's obviously ongoing maintenance costs that they're expensive pieces of equipment to maintain, but with the geographic size of our city and the battery technology and drones, I just don't see in the next 2 decades that drones will replace manned or personnel, flown aircraft. So with those 2 are the biggest midterm things that we're looking at. GPS darts are exactly what they're devices that we can put on in a situation where a bunch of vehicles are dispersing and then track those vehicles.
Just to quickly expand on that, thank you, Mayor and Council, Chief Kazmar. Some of the other items on that list include the expansion of some of the software systems and capabilities there, as well as a few other technologically based tools. I think it's pretty clear there's always opportunities to try new technological innovations, and various cities are always leading in various areas. So what we've been working on internally, as kind of evidenced also by my attending this session today, is more partnership and integration with TPD and with all of public safety in understanding and assessing what our needs are. I will say that public safety has been very good at identifying grant opportunities So internally, we've been working on more closely aligning as far as our priorities, understanding the direction from mayor and council and city manager's office, and making sure that the potential investments we investigate are aligned with those items and direction. So part of that is reflective in where we spend our operating budget, but a large portion is also where we direct our attention with regard to grants. And over the next few years, I'm anticipating, due to the new partnership and operating model, we'll just see that continue to increase, at least in the rate at which we're partnering together and how we're making that visible internally. With regard to the fiber and infrastructure, I can say with the existing infrastructure and what's proposed in the near term, there are no concerns about our ability and infrastructure. But as we look at some of the expansion and alluding to a prior presentation I gave on that space, we do know that to continue to build out and expand in that model is about a 3 to 4 year period to get the entire city covered with 100% broadband. However, the proposals we have right now wouldn't preclude us from being able to do that with the current infrastructure that we have in place.
And we also have federal opportunities for fiber, for laying fiber in our city, correct?
We have some very limited spaces. Okay. Predominantly, that's part of the BEAD funding federally. The state of Arizona got just shy of $1 billion to put in that space. Predominantly, the focus is going to be on those areas that are unserved first, which I can say, luckily, Tucson is in a very fortuitous position where we have most of our city already served, but there are some small segments that would be covered.
Okay. And we're going to pursue that from the state, correct?
We're in discussions. Actually, there's another meeting going on simultaneously right now on that very time.
Excellent, excellent. Any others? Councilmember Fimbres, I think, had his hand up.
I want to know what we're trying to do with GOHS, Gun and Highway Safety. Are we applying for grants for them, Chad?
Mm-hmm.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres. Yes, sir. GOHS continues to be a great partner in providing unmarked vehicles, marked vehicles, motorcycles, and grant dollars to do traffic enforcement. They're aware of the challenges that we're facing down here and have recently reached out to make sure that they're supporting regional enforcement efforts.
Thank you. Also, are you part of the DUI task force that they're hosting this coming up this week?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres. Yes, sir, they have changed. They are launching the DUI task force for the holidays because of just the amount of fatalities we've experienced across the state. The new director has chosen not to have everybody go up to the Capitol, but to do their own individual launches, which we're participating in a regional effort down here in Tucson.
Good. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions, comments up here at the table? Then if not, we have a motion. Alrighty, I have a couple of maybe hands up. Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Fimbres, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get out to the community to tell them what's going on?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres, community dialogue is ongoing, whether it be these driving behaviors, whether it be talking about our staffing, crime rates, all those types of things. So those are happening at a divisional level. They're happening individually through your council offices. I will be hosting community forums and conversations around the technology that we're discussing today, including the transition in our radios, and to explain the why. I'm also happy to make myself available to any community forums that any of the council members would like to host individually or events, and make myself available. But really sort of those dialogues have been happening for the last 2 years. I'm actually heading into my third year as chief, if you choose to keep me around next week. And so these have really been ongoing conversations. It's not new this week. It's not new this month. It's not driven specifically by this issue, but just how do we try to put the right work in the right hands and use evidence-based strategies to have the best police department possible.
Excellent. Councilmember Cunningham?
So I'm going to continue to push on an alternative piece to this, and that is that I think there's opportunities for kids who are interested in cars to have an outlet for this. Look, I'm not advocating under any circumstances that anybody should be street racing, but I've looked at some of the programs. Believe it or not, community-aided sanctioned racing has been around since 1999. Different areas do it. If you make it too controlled, it's not hip enough and nobody shows up, it becomes like a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. If you don't have any wings on it, it becomes dangerous. But there's a fine line to walk, and different models are out there. Paris, California, Odessa, Texas, and Las Vegas are all notable programs that have come up in the last few years. Obviously, we're not the only city that had a crisp increase in street racing since after the pandemic. And one of the things, as a guy who works with youth, if you find a kid who's interested in something, you want to encourage that, especially if it's working on cars and things like that. I think that has value to everybody. So I want to find a way that we can encourage that while keeping people safe. And obviously, I'm all in support of all the things we are doing. But I think on the other side of it, we want to bring them in too. Say, hey, look, this is something cool you can do, whether it's at Tucson Raceway or Dragway, however we want to look at those community partners on what alternatives are out there. But if I'm 16 or even better yet, 18, 19, 20, probably more preferable, and I want to work on my car and even race it, I should have that opportunity to do that. And so that's kind of my piece, as long as it's controlled and safe and doesn't put other people in jeopardy. So I'd love to talk with Tucson Dragway, Tucson Raceway. We've got some land out by the airport that actually has paved strips on it. So there's opportunities out there. We've got to figure out how to do it. And I'd suggest reaching out to maybe Paris, California or Odessa and see kind of how they set theirs up and how they made it so that folks showed up. From what I understand, the one in Odessa is really successful. So those are my thoughts on this. Other than that, like I said, I'm in support of everything we've just done, but there's an alternative. There's kids who, if they're not doing this, could be doing something way less productive with their time. So let's see what we can figure out for them.
I know, Chief, you have an amazing driving academy for 16, 17-year-olds, which I will send my son to. But worth at least investigating what other cities are doing to be able to add that. I would imagine it would be much more on the shoulders of possibly a nonprofit organization that could do it on their own and not put it on the shoulders of TPD. Any other questions? Councilwoman Lee, do you have a motion for us?
I do, but before I do that, I just wanted to know what would be an applicable amount of time to put together a funding strategy and implementation timeline as part of the motion.
So Mayor, Councilor Lee, the direction can be twofold. One, pursue the program as outlined, and then what I'll do is immediately start on the funding, and I can just do that administratively until we get ready for the budget discussions, which will happen probably as early as March or April of next year. So that would be the time frame that I would be looking at this point.
Okay, I just wonder if there's immediate implementation pieces, for example, the enforcement van and other pieces that are not costing us anything, but we can move forward immediately.
So Mayor, what I would suggest is that we will implement all that we can immediately. Just as the chief mentioned, there's some things that we were already doing that we can expand. There's other things that are new. For example, ordering the van, we can get that moving fairly quickly. I doubt that we're going to be able to get it overnight, so it'll take a while, and that gives us time to secure funding and some of the other operational pieces to it.
So Mayor, I think with all of that, if you all are good with it, I'd just like to move that we move forward with the near-term actions that we discussed today, which include developing a funding strategy, implementation timeline, and including quarterly updates as the chief's request.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, just the parts of it don't require a funding strategy. Those are moving forward on their own initiative.
Right. My question is like midterm investments. I would love to see a strategy and timeline for midterm investments. Those are more expensive, but I would love to be able to give direction today as well to at least start putting together a timeline for the midterm investments. So that we can know how we're going to budget them into the future. If that's okay. Okay. If you can add that to the motion, I would. Okay.
The funding strategy and timeline for
all of the pieces.
I agree.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Really appreciate it. Good work. Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. Alrighty, we move on to item 8. This time has been scheduled for Mayor and Council to review the updated cost of services and financial model for commercial and residential refuse services. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, when you all had adopted the ES fee increases almost a year ago, you had asked that we come back. The ordinance actually increased the residential fee structure over the 2 years, which is this is the second year. You'd asked for an update before that actually was implemented. You asked for that to be in this meeting, the second meeting of November, so that's why we're here. Don't need anything from you at this point. Just wanted to make sure you were aware that we are proceeding as you had originally approved. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carlos de la Torre.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you, City Manager. I think you cover all what I was going to say. Madam Mayor, members of the council, on January 11, 2023, the City Council approved Ordinance 1183, which authorized several rate increases to residential, commercial, and landfill customers, which became effective on February 13, 2023. Additionally, Ordinance 1183 has provisions for a secondary rate increase for residential services that would increase the residential rate by $3 per month. During the deliberations related to the adoption of Ordinance 1183, the City Council directed staff to examine commercial rates as to ensure the commercial rates and services are not being subsidized by residential customers, and that the second residential rate increase be reviewed by council prior to the implementation, which is scheduled for January 1st, 2024. In summary, residential collection services continue to under-recover, meaning that the projected expenditures exceed the projected revenues. Even with the proposed $3 rate increase, the residential collection services is projected to under-recover by $14.5 million in fiscal year '24. As it relates to commercial services, with the recent rate increase in February, this service is projected to over-recover by $2.4 million in fiscal year '24. Even with all the proposed rates being implemented, the ES fund is projected to under-recover by $11.4 million in fiscal year '24 and $10.6 million in fiscal year '25. Staff respectfully recommends to Mayor and Council that the second rate increase be implemented on January 1st, 2024, as outlined in Ordinance 11983, and as adopted by Mayor and Council on January 11th, 2023. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, any questions or comments on this item? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Carlos, for the recommendation. Totally noted that we're still $11.4 million in the hole after raising these rates. And so that's concerning to me, knowing where we're just that number plus where we're headed with ARPA funding, sunsetting and whatnot. So I'm just curious, you know, there's two things. We can either increase revenue or we can reduce scope. And so I'm just wondering what things we should be thinking about, because I'm assuming this is just coming out of the general fund to make the department whole. So I'm just wondering if there's opportunity there.
So Mayor, Councilman Lee, I think there's a couple things. We should do both, right? Constantly looking at what our revenue streams are, as well as how we would reduce our cost and ensure our efficiencies are there. I think Councilman Santa Cruz earlier reminded us that we had not brought fee increases to you for quite a while. A lot of reasons for that. Doesn't matter. We just hadn't. I think that what this really demonstrates is a need for us to continually do that, to make sure we're keeping pace with the cost that it really takes to operate the system. We have a very robust environmental services function, not only in garbage collection, but also landfill services, our brush and bulky services, some of the most popular things that we offer our customers. But in order to provide that, it costs money. What we have done is we have been using our fund balance in ES to cover that. So the general fund has not yet jumped into that. However, keep in mind that the general fund does support environmental services, particularly when it comes to closure, of the landfill and all the we'll call them statutory required fund balances to be kept. So it does ultimately, or could ultimately, have an impact on the general fund. So our plan is to continually look at those costs, but also bring back to you recommendations as part of the budget, and not only the coming year, but probably every year thereafter until we can get up to a level of breaking even.
Okay, because I know we're continuing out of good spirit of environmental stewardship, the composting program, all these other additional programs that cost money to operationalize. And so I'm just curious, when we look at all of it together, and to Councilmember Santa Cruz's point, and we talked about it, reviewing the rates much more regularly so that we can precisely adjust, I think is going to be really important. So thank you for that.
Vice Mayor?
Are the general services costs built into this deficit, or is this simply environmental services?
Mayor, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kosaczek, no, this is just purely on the environmental services side of things. There's nothing related to general fund or general services, the provisional general services.
Okay. In the recommendations, it notes that there's an administrative transfer that had not been included, and it was $8.5 million. What is the administrative transfer we're talking about?
So Mayor, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kosaczek, there is essentially services that we need to pay the general fund for, general government expenditures, insurance, business services department. So that transfer, in the past, we had essentially paid that partially, and this essentially, this cost of services really includes that all those services be paid in full. So that's really where a good chunk of that funds are required really to offset those internal service fees or costs provided by the general fund, by general government, to the environmental services fund.
And every department pays those internal services.
I'll answer that, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Not every department, but every enterprise fund or special revenue fund. Yeah. The difference, though, is we do allocate some of the risk costs to the department so we can track those. That's more of a tracking mechanism, including those that are in the general fund. So not dissecting those, but special revenue funds and enterprise funds pay the internal service fund.
Okay. Well, without getting into the details of that, there may be some ways we can finesse that as well, because there's a difference between the operational costs that Nikki's describing, you know, all the things that you're out there doing. The people love the Brush and Bulky program. People love this stuff, versus just cost transfers internally. And so maybe there are ways we can look at, you know, how environmental services is handled at least until you can dig out of the hole that you're in right now, because that's a serious hole. $21 million over 2 years. So I totally support the continuation of the fee increase, though.
Right, I want to reiterate the same thing, because if it were not for the administrative transfers of about $8.5 million, the under recovery would be $2.8 million and $2.1 million. So, and not every enterprise fund pays for these administrative costs. Golf is an enterprise fund, and we don't charge the administrative costs to it. Believe me, I check. So I think I agree with the Vice Mayor that we should really evaluate what the costs are and see if the $3 that we charged last year and the $3 that we're charging this year, the commercial rates, I believe you're bringing back to us, Carlos?
Mayor, that is correct,
Okay.
yes.
And then if the addition of the commercial rate increases will help, diminish that gap that we have, at least so that we can put the department in a healthy place, because I agree, Brush and Bulky, all of the new food scrapping program that you're putting out for the community, those are things that Tucsonans value and want to do. The plastics program, those are programs that we've committed to the community, but also we want to, we've stated them in our zero waste roadmap for environmental services. So I really want to see what we can do to be able to diminish that, that huge gap that we have made a lot because of the administrative charges that we have in front of us. I just thought, as we move towards budgeting, I think it would be good to at least touch base on that. Any other questions? Councilmember Cunningham.
My questions are more about overtime. How is the, I'm under the impression that we're having trouble filling all of our drivers.
So, Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that is correct. We have 14 vacant positions as of today. So certainly overtime has been a factor and continues to be a factor. It's a very competitive market still out there, even with the market rate adjustments, plus really what we considered the assignment pay or tier pay up to $5 per hour per operator still is not sufficient really to keep folks on board. And the same thing goes with mechanics. Mechanics, we're down to at least 6 positions. So that really has hurt us. And so we are relying on a lot of really external help, which is very costly. And so one of the things that we have put together some strategies really to help us offset that in terms of really trying to incentivize the second shift. That's what we need in terms of mechanics, where we need the most help. But that's certainly the two of the major factors that we're bleeding significantly on that end. And we're trying to put some strategies in place really to not only to bring folks on board, but really to reduce the amount of overtime and probably looking at filling in some of those routes as we come through the holiday season is going to be very, very difficult. And so that's certainly a challenge that not only we face, but also our operators face on a daily basis, that they're working extended hours. And so that's certainly something that we are very
and Carlos, how many people, do you know our attrition rate right now for drivers?
So in terms of attrition, we're around 10%.
A month?
No, not a month.
For the year?
Basis.
That's actually not bad.
We used to be around 20%, and right now we're around 10%.
So, so we've got 14 driver vacancies and 6 mechanic vacancies?
Yes, sir.
And then, do you know, have we calculated how much we can save if we fill those positions and not pay out that overtime?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't have those numbers right on top of my head right now at this point in time. Probably somewhere about $1 million, $1.5 million, somewhere in there.
So I think some of these things we got to factor into how we're going to get where we want to be. I think again, I'm on board. I voted for these. I think the administrative cost is a good discussion, but I also want to be sure that we are. I want to be sure that the people we've got on the ground aren't struggling, and if we lean on them with too much overtime for too long, I worry that we delve into the possibility of a morale problem, and I don't want to get there. So I just wanted to bring those things up again. We have brush and bulky. We have a fine department. We keep our rates lower than other jurisdictions around the state. I mean, we're doing fine, but the bottom line is that I don't want to be in a situation where our people feel like I don't want to be asking too much of them. So that especially during the holidays when we've been leaning on them a lot. We got a great group of people working there, and I just want to keep it that way.
Any others? Councilwoman Lee.
Just to follow up to Councilmember Cunningham's question, what challenges are you seeing with recruiting those 14 people and those 6 people? Do you have anything you've honed in on that's kind of an impediment to getting people in the door?
We essentially run those recruitments on a very regular basis. They're almost like an open and continuous. It's really the amount of candidates essentially that we can come in for recruitments. So we probably average maybe for drivers, maybe 5 or 6 per recruitment, and then ultimately folks that really make it to the interview and really through the process, maybe 1 or 2. So I think one of the things that we probably can really improve on is really hiring folks on the spot. And I think sometimes our process, it really takes a little bit longer, background checks. And so that's really one of the things that we probably we can improve on, and maybe maybe hiring them contingent upon them, hiring them, bringing them on board, and certainly going through the background checks, and maybe if there's some issues in there, maybe we can probably make the separation, but if not, maybe just bringing them on board right away. I think that's one of the key components. I think it's still really, one of the other ones would be is really, I think compensation is not as great as it probably was in the past, but certainly that's something that we probably can look at that, and when we are looking at that, just to see what changes do we need to make from a compensation perspective, really, to be able to bring folks on board. But it does also, at the same time, if we're able to bring folks on board, it really creates compression issues, and so it really creates morale issues when we bring folks on board at a higher salary than some of the incumbents that have been here for a while. So that's also another challenge that we face on a regular basis, and especially for drivers, for mechanics, and for trades folks. That's really an issue that we face very, very regularly.
Yeah, definitely understand that. I do like the idea of immediate hiring, because if we're not, then the county or somebody else is looking for that talent. So the more we can optimize our hiring process. I love that idea. So thanks, Carlos.
Alrighty, good questions. Thank you so much, Carlos. Really appreciate the update. Looking forward to having this on the regular agenda. I think there's a few things that some of us on the council have given some suggestion on in terms of the department issues and the concerns that we have in the gap in funding. But the human resources element of this, I think, is something that we all should continue looking at. I know that we've done historic market rate increases. We shouldn't rest on our laurels, and we should continue drilling down into the positions that we're having the most trouble filling. And so I can easily say this sounds like it completely qualifies as a position that we have to continue working on, not just in terms of the entry-level pay, but also dealing with the compression issues for retention. Because I hate the possibility of training, and then once we train, our workers go somewhere else. Because it pays better. So let's continue working on that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all. Thank you, Carlos, for the update. So we move on to item 9. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. Since we have no more Andrew Greenhill, Mr. Manager, I think you're going to be filling in for him today.
I am, Mayor. I'm going to fill in for Andrew for a long time, I think, because he's in Seattle doing some great things for us. Just wanted to let you know, I sent you a note outlining what the legislative agenda is for the coming year. It's very similar to what you've seen in the past. There's nothing really new here. I'll quickly go over the titles of the areas of the sections. So this is the direction that you provide us as we are watching legislation and also guiding our lobbyists up north as well as in DC. Ultimately, there's a conversation around that. This is specific to the state, but very similar in DC as well. So the first is protect city funding. Obviously, that's on state share revenues, all inclusive. Defend local authority. Again, that's always on the block, it seems like. Invest in local economies and infrastructure. Again, that's always an opportunity for us to be looking for additional dollars for us. Enhance public education, health and safety, support environmental sustainability, protect our water supply, and expand affordable housing supplies. So those are very broad categories, Mayor and Council, but those are the general direction that you've provided in the past. Unless there's any changes to those, I would ask that you give me direction to provide that as the 2024 state legislative agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I know that before Andrew left, he did get an opportunity to sit down with each of mayor and council members. So this particular agenda was put together in collaboration with all of the council members. And I know we don't want to think about this, but as we prepare ourselves to the 2024 legislative session, I just want to make sure that the policy priorities of this mayor and council are clear to our representatives that represent Tucson and Southern Arizona in the House and Arizona State Senate. Because I know that our House and Senate members in the Arizona legislature, they really do take the city of Tucson's input and feedback to heart. I know for a fact that our legislators were paying close attention to some preemption bills that dealt with something that we actually want, which is affordable housing, but preempted zoning laws in individual cities and towns throughout the city. But I know that mayor and council in the city of Tucson will continue to prioritize protecting our water and environment, building resiliency and sustainability, expanding affordable housing opportunities across the continuum, protecting funding for our city, and fighting to defend our local control and authority. We will continue to advocate for public schools and teachers, improving access to public health and related services, fighting for the rights of all of us to have access to abortion, reproductive health care, and voting rights, protecting our communities from gun violence, and protecting our LGBTQ plus siblings, especially our trans community. That is something that we all spoke about in the last legislative session, and that there were bills that attacked those rights for our communities. So I'm looking forward to, one, hopefully looking for a person to replace Andrew Greenhill that will do great work for us, but also having that communication through the city of Tucson manager's office, through the mayor's office. I know you all have relationships with our House and Senate representatives in the state. And then, of course, the new description of our vice mayor also covers that relationship building with our state legislators. Looking forward to feedback and input. And when we have to bring Kathy Sensman and Doug Cole to us so that we can give additional direction, or I know that they have this information as well as Tracy Tucker has this information, but when do you think it's appropriate, Mr. Manager, that we have additional conversation with Kathy and Doug and Tracy?
So Mayor, we've already been having some conversation with Kathy. Some of the staff talked with them as early as, or as late as just today. So I think that it's really up to us to invite them for a conversation. My suggestion would be that once the session starts, it's going to be pretty fast. Yeah. And I would suggest that we have them available either virtually or here in person at every meeting. Even after we bring somebody on board, I think there'll still be value in terms of the continuity. So my suggestion would be that we tell them, put these meetings on your calendar so that you can be here either virtually or in person, so that you can keep us up to date on all of the bills that are dropping up north.
Well, and one of the things that Andrew and I got in the habit of doing was before the session started, or when the session was about to start, or it was already going, that we would bring Southern Arizona legislators to a gathering, and I usually invite my colleagues on the council to just basically give them this legislative priority map. So I'm hoping that happens again as well.
Yes, Mayor, we're working on that now. We're trying to get that scheduled. So that will happen here in the not too distant future.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions, comments, observations? Councilwoman Lee.
Sorry for being so chatty today. If it's not too late to tag on to the list, because I missed the timeline to submit feedback, securing critical infrastructure is a piece that I think should be on there. Oftentimes when we talk about cybersecurity from a national security standpoint, it literally drills down to the local level on our critical water infrastructure, TEP's electric system. So there's sometimes a gap. So federal funding will be funneled down through the state. I've noticed through some grants. And so I can help provide some bullet points for that. But that's something that I feel not just in Tucson, but across the state would be really helpful to focus on advocacy on that front. So it's not too late.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, no, it's not too late. I think we can include that. If you could help me with some language, you don't have to now, but maybe later you can help me with language, I can include that so it's clear.
For sure. And we do have an item for investing in local economies and infrastructure and the ability for cities to utilize strong economic development tools and increase infrastructure investment. So we have a piece there. It would be easy to include the cybersecurity infrastructure that we all need. So any additional input, feedback? Alrighty.
Mayor, I would ask for a motion to give direction on the items listed, including Councilmember Lee's addition if
Can I
possible.
get a motion? There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regular session begins. Let me look at my clock here. The regular session will begin at 5:40. The next study session will be Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. Thank you all. We'll see you in an hour. We will commence the meeting of Mayor and Council of November 28. And for the record, Council Members Fimbres and Councilmember Santa Cruz will be participating electronically. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl. Here. Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Renee Figueroa from the City Clerk's office. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, everyone. We ask that you pray for our mayor and council members this evening. Please grant them the ability to work as a team, even if disagreements are present, and give them the wisdom to make decisions that will benefit all individuals that reside in our beautiful city of Tucson, Arizona. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa, for your invocation. We really appreciate it. Item 2C, we have a presentation, a proclamation declaring Family Caregivers Month is the month of November. So here present to receive it is Marty Cortez, Joanna Huang, Bettina Shore, Hal Bergsma, Cheryl Baker, Arlene Reber, and Aaron Woodka. Please join me up here. Thank you. Right here, if you'd like. All righty, I'm going to read a proclamation. Thank you so much for coming and for your work on this issue. I have the big letters because I refuse to wear my readers. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to declare November Family Caregivers Month. Thank you for attending our meeting today. Whereas during National Family Caregivers Month, we honor the people who lift our local community and our nation by providing dignified, professional, and invaluable care for the people we cherish the most. Whereas how we treat our children, parents, and loved ones, and how we value those who care for them are fundamental fundamental to who we are as Tucsonans. Early care and education give children a strong start in life, while long-term care helps older folks, veterans, and people with disabilities live and work with dignity. Whereas in Tucson, Arizona, we recognize that the 850,000 family caregivers across our state who are helping their older parents, spouses, and other loved ones live independently in the comfort and safety of their own homes. And whereas Tucson's family caregivers are among 48 million Americans nationwide who are being recognized in November for National Family Caregivers Month. These individuals hold a challenged long-term care system. They help and support their loved ones with everything from managing medications, medical care, meal preparation, bathing and dressing, chores, finances, grocery shopping, transportation, and more. Many family caregivers work a second job to make ends meet, while others are forced to reduce their work hours to care for their loved ones. And whereas Arizona's dedicated family caregivers provide 800 million hours of care every year, adding up to $14.5 billion in unpaid labor annually. And whereas family caregivers deserve our gratitude, support, and access to community resources to help ease the work they do. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim November 2023 to be Family Caregivers Month in Tucson, Arizona, and encourage all residents to thank caregivers for the incredibly important work and support they offer to families. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 20th day of November 2023. Thank you so much. Would someone like to say a few words? All righty.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, for this proclamation on behalf of AARP and the other volunteers here. We really appreciate the recognition of the importance of caregivers in this community. And having been a recipient of caregiving recently, it's an important part of our long-term care system, and it is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to take a picture.
Sure.
Yeah, let's scooch in a little bit this way. You can scoot in a little bit this way. No, the other way, this way.
Oh,
yeah,
like this,
this way.
okay. So you can include me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't jump over the rail?
Yeah, we got you. One more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all so much. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 366 dated November 28th is received into and made part of the record. I'd like to have a motion from my colleagues to approve the appointments of Julie Evans to the El Presidio Historic Zone Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
And there is a second. Any discussion? I would like to thank Ms. Mix Evans for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson in this capacity. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 374 dated November 28th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Let's start with our virtual colleagues and then come to the table. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please come out and help our community reach our goal. Ward 5 is hosting a sock drive. We're asking for you to donate new unused socks, benefit under kindergarten to 5th grade kids. Ward 5 College located at 4300 South Park is a drop-off site. For any questions, please call 791-4231. Talk to Lupita Robles or Mark Kuchar or Mark Kerr. Thank you for supporting this good cause. Your donations are greatly appreciated. And the deadline is December 15th. On December 16th, Madam Mayor, from 4:30 to 6:30, the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center located at 1575 East 36th Street, hosting their annual Winter Wonderland, a free, fun family event. Please call 791-2507. And United Hearts of Arizona are hosting their 10th annual Shoe and Jacket Drive Saturday, December 16th at our Pueblo Center, located at 101 West Irvington from 9 a.m. to noon. With the help of your monetary donations, and Hearts of Arizona will buy the items, and volunteer will pick them up and distribute them to Saturday, December 16th to 200 students in need. Remember, you can call 520-543-1601 or go online to under the unitedheart.org. That's all I got, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Would you have something for current events?
Yes, Mayor. I look forward to being at regular sessions with y'all soon. Gets a little tricky, giving room for my foot to heal during this time, but slow and steady. We're getting better every day. So thank you all for your patience with me. We are kicking off our community informational meetings about the Drexel Road Bridge, a 2-lane bridge planned to connect the communities across the Santa Cruz River. There will be an in-person meeting on December 5th at 5:30 p.m. at the El Pueblo Activity Center, as well as a virtual option. And then the December 10th, we have our second Sunday Fuga ride out of the Ward 1 Council office at 940 West Alameda, beginning at 9 a.m. And then finally, Bikers will be holding their 26th annual art auction on December 8th through the 9th from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at 901 North 13th Avenue at the Splinter Collective. This is their largest fundraising event of the year and has grown into a regular event in Tucson's art scene. Come support local artists and the mission of bicycle transportation accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham.
All right, I have a bunch, so bear with me on the last one. There's a story. All right, first of all, for those of you who don't know, we moved our headquarters to 7820 East Broadway Boulevard from 7575 East Speedway. I've talked about kind of all the circumstances. It was a land exchange where the city of Tucson garnered 90,000 square feet of finished space, which will allow us to build out government functions, possibly nonprofit functions and other pieces to this site. We're also going to bring the recycling center back there. It's very exciting. But we're going to have the open house and kind of the grand opening of our new office, December 13th at 5 p.m. There'll be a holiday celebration at our new office. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna have dreidel. We're gonna have a gift exchange. Heck, I might even, depending on who RSVPs, maybe we'll do White Elephant. But the bottom line is December 13th at 5 p.m. Check out the new digs of the Ward 2 office at 7820 East Broadway. This Sunday, December 3rd at the Tucson Convention Center is Disability Pride Day. It's the second year of this event. It coincides with International Day of Disabilities for people. For some of you who don't know this, I actually teach a class for kids in adaptive PE that I've been doing for now. This is my second year. It's honestly been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life, and and I plan to do it. I plan to finish out the school year to do that because it's something that I take great joy of. Also, my office employs 2 people that are hearing impaired and 1 person is visually impaired. I also have a super special volunteer who comes to our ward office named Patrick, who has been in a wheelchair almost for the last decade, and he's an inspiration to all of us. Last month, he took his first steps in like 3 years. So we celebrate our folks with Disability Pride Day. One of the things that came out of it was a program for wheelchair basketball, where we were able to introduce wheelchair basketball to able-bodied persons throughout the city. And this year, 21 different schools participated in it. So these are the things that are going on. So Disability Pride Day is from 11 to 7 at the Tucson Community Center, Tucson Convention and Community Center this Sunday. There'll be resources for all walks of life. There'll be a fair, there'll be a wheelchair basketball game. I plan to put on a shooting display. But the bottom line is that you should check it out because these are our folks. Club Zeus will be there, food vendors, and it's going to be really exciting. All right, that's not even the beginning because guess what? On Saturday, right before that, we are reopening the Fort Lowell Museum. Congratulations to the Presidio Trust. They are taking over the Fort Lowell Museum function, which is an incredible opportunity for them. They were the ones that preserved the Presidio Fort right here downtown, and they are reopening the Fort Lowell Museum. It starts at 10 a.m. and it's to 2 p.m., but the events really, there's events all over the place. But the museum's going to be open from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Friday and Saturday. Admission's only going to be $3. This weekend, we're going to have performances by the Old Arizona Brass Band, the 4th Cavalry Residential Band, a reenactor discussing Dr. Walter Reed, who was a legendary Army doctor, and he was the doctor at the Fort Lowell Hospital in 1881. We're going to have some tours. And Homer Thiel's going to take everybody through the officers' quarters from 11:30 to 12:30. We're even going to have an actual blacksmith do a demonstration on how they actually melded metal tools in the 1880s. Definitely get some toys for the kids. All right, this one came up today. This actually started today, December 8th. And you know, as many of you know, I coach basketball on the east side. We won the city championship this year at Gridley Middle School, which feeds Saguaro High School. The Saguaro High School basketball team will contend this year, and the Saguaro High School basketball team is playing their annual home game next Friday against South Point Catholic High School. We're going to make admission free, but all we want you to do is bring a toy. All you got to do is bring a toy to the game. You get in for free, and the toy goes to the Palo Verde High School Family Resource Center, which serves all kinds of kids on the east side, both in Ward 2 and Ward 4. Not only that, for each toy you bring, the Tucson Firefighters Association is going to try to match each toy you bring up to a certain amount of toys because I don't know how many they can get. I want to thank Nikki Lee. She's coordinating with me on this. I told her about it today, and she said, hey, we're in. So we're really excited about the Saguaro and South Point toy drive game next Saturday, December 8th. And we literally, it was brought up today. Jeff Sawyer out at the Family Resource Center for TUSD came up with this plan, and I said, hey, I'm all in. All right, point of personal privilege, a little quick story, really. So my senior year in high school, we played a game in Phoenix, and I totally locked my keys in my car, and I didn't want to get in trouble with my coach and miss the bus. So I got on the bus with my car running and idling while my keys were locked in. We went all the way to Phoenix. I played in the game. We rode back, and obviously my car was out of gas, and I had to go home and get my key. And so this whole thing happened. But I thought about that today because my son Kyle made his high school basketball debut in Phoenix today. He did not lock his keys in his car, but he was texting me right now. He played in his first game, and I'm real proud of him. He scored 14 points, but they lost by 2 to Red Mountain in Phoenix. And I get to pick him up tonight at 10 when the bus drops him off at Rincon. But I just wanted to take some personal time and give my son a shout out, as well as tell a very self-deprecating and embarrassing story about locking my keys in my car. So thank you, Your Honor. That's my announcements.
Thank you, Councilmember. I really appreciate it. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, and thank you, Paul. We all need to learn from our father's mistakes like your son did. I just have one announcement. And we heard some of this at the study session when we heard a report on our Housing First and homeless outreach efforts. During the last 2 years, City of Tucson purchased 2 motels, refurbished them, and are using them as Housing First for residents who have been experiencing homelessness. The Wildcat Inn and Amazon Motel are currently housing 178 people, and somewhere between 80 and 90 of those are children, anywhere from newborn to 18 years of age. For the families staying there, they have a safe place, finally, but it's still a stressful and transition time, and many of these families come into this situation with nothing. As they go to permanent housing, Ward 3 has been collecting any sort of item that someone setting up their first apartment or their house from nothing can use. And so we were accepting those donations every day from 9 to 1, Monday through Friday. But for the holidays, to help the kids in particular, we are going to stuff stockings for all of them, and we're looking for donations. Children's socks, underwear, gender-neutral slippers, coloring books, crayons, colored pencils, books for all reading levels, lip balm, lotion, handheld games and puzzles. We're also going to obtain 178 seasonal plants, a holiday wreath or poinsettia, Christmas cactus, small evergreens, something like that for each of these housing units. Lastly, we need gifts of gift cards in $25 increments for places like Fry's, Safeway, or Visa. Let's show these kids some love, welcome them back into our community in a much safer, better place for them and their families. I'm so proud to be part of this, and I thank my Ward 3 staff for thinking about this great project. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Just super proud of you guys and everything that my colleagues are doing this holiday season and every day. Just a quick announcement from the Ward 4 front. The mayor and I and the Department of Transportation and Mobility would like to invite you to a really exciting Prop 411 kickoff for roadway improvements happening in the Deeds neighborhood. That's happening Thursday, November 30th. So this Thursday, 4:30 to 5:30. That's at Deeds K-8 School, which is at 7575 East Palma Street. There will be bike repair giveaways and a food truck, as well as just an opportunity to celebrate this long-awaited road work that's happening in the Deeds neighborhood. So hopefully you all can make it. And that concludes my announcements, Mayor.
Excellent. Vice Mayor? Paul took all of his announcements.
Oh, Your Honor, I think there's one more thing we should talk about. Really quick. The game, December, somebody texted me, they said you didn't say the time. December 8th, 7 o'clock at Saguaro High School Gym. 2, congratulations to Jed Fish and his Arizona Wildcats on a very successful season and making a bowl game for the first time
Cup,
in a decade. Steve, I was counting on you for that, man.
I too am so proud of my colleagues on the council. Everyone's doing so much for our residents and the people that really need presents and food at this time of year. So I'm very, very proud. I'm going to absolutely participate in some of the activities that you have prepared and the gifts and the gift giving, which is, as I usually tell my kids, helping others and giving to others makes you way happier than not. So let's be all happy this holiday season and make sure that we give as much as we possibly can. Well, I wanted to mention the one activity that I have to talk about is that Monday, December 4th, the City of Tucson Mayor and Council has an inauguration. And so the ceremony begins at 10 a.m. at the Tucson Convention Center Ballroom, and it will be free and open to everyone. I, along with council members Santa Cruz, Cunningham, and Lee, will be taking the oath of office in front of our community. And I will be giving my annual report to Tucsonans on the state of our cities. So please join me and my colleagues as we kick off the next 4 years of service to our beautiful city. Again, that's Monday, December 4th at 10 a.m. at the Tucson Convention Center Ballroom. Please join us. It will also be televised via YouTube or YouTube, so anyone in the community doesn't have to come down to the convention center, can tune to YouTube and also witness our oath of office. So with that, that is my report. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 375, dated November 28th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. First, wanted to announce the opening of our holiday ice rink is open and ready to go. It'll be open until January 7th. That is a partnership between the City of Tucson and Rio Nuevo. It has received tremendous support and excitement by the residents, so I don't claim to know how to skate, but I think those that do should go out, and it's a great time to be had by all. So again, encourage everybody. There are opportunities for private rentals as well. You know, if there are interested parties that do that or want to do that, there's an opportunity for that. Also wanted to let you know that the Bus Rapid Transit Survey has been extended to December 8th. Decided to go out and solicit some more feedback and some more commentary, so please put that in your newsletters and let folks know. We'd appreciate that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 367, dated November 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for new licenses, 2 special event applications. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 and 5C1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Mayor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Sorry. Motion carries. I'm sorry, I'm coughing at you. Are there any items to be considered separately?
No, ma'am.
Alrighty. We move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask city manager to review the matter as the matter be placed on a future agenda or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. We have a list. I'm sorry, I couldn't read. Couldn't read the writing. I think it is Bruce Hallowell. Please come to the tall one.
Thank you.
And state your name for the record.
My name is Bruce Hallowell. I live in the city of Tucson. And I want to thank the city council and Madam Mayor for giving me just a few minutes of your time. I'm here to engage our community in an effort to provide a village, a permanent living village for the unhoused here in town, based on the Austin example, of which I know several of you are aware. We'd like to do this in cooperation with the city and county and all the NGOs and anybody in town who's involved with the homeless. We plan on meeting with everyone and networking and being the center of the wheel to get this project off the ground and support our unhoused population. This is kind of the next step after Housing First. It's the next thing, if you will. We recognize the value of Housing First, and it's really touching the power of it. And this is another step in the same direction. You understand that we can't cure housing or unhoused people and the homeless population's issues, but we can make a step toward that by creating a community in which they can live and prosper based on the model of Austin. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hallowell. Michael Cajero.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Holloway had a handout that I think Yolanda has for the City Council.
We'll distribute that tomorrow.
Hello. My name is Michael Cajero. I was born in the Ward 6, and I hope you can hear me because I haven't been able to hear the sound in here at all. Everything is fading away
We
really
can hear
bad,
you,
know.
Michael.
Okay, but I remember once I went to visit my aunt. She lives south of the Veterans Hospital, and I went there, and I went around. I liked the neighborhood a lot. I used to walk, and there was a park there, and it was so lush and so green. I just couldn't, I remember it forever. It was lush, green, big tall grass. This thing wasn't watered or irrigated. And I remember big bushes, and those are the images you carry with you as you grow old, you know. And that was my first encounter with global warming, because as I went back about 10 years ago, maybe, or 12, that thing no longer existed. It was a plot of dust, just dust. And they had not used any irrigation or any water sprinklers or stuff. So that thing went to nothing. And I think that's what's going to happen to Tucson. It's very clear. If you take away all the water from these parks, like Reed Park, and you're talking now about putting a golf course on there, a golf course? You're going to make it into Torrey Pines or something? I mean, what's going on with this, you know? It's not Torrey Pines. It's not realistic, because the Tucson Botanical Garden issued a statement saying that they disapprove of the use of Bermuda grass because it takes too much water. And that's the problem with golf. And it's going to become more of a problem. Why wouldn't it? Anyway, I heard the one councilman say that he was going to put in a couple strains of Bermuda grass, stuff that didn't, age or something. It just bloomed all year long. And I thought, well, wait a minute. I thought that people in this community were supposed to figure out what to do with Reed Park. They have ideas. How can one council member just say, look, I'm just, I've been here 20 years or so. I'm going to do it,
Thank you, Michael. You still had 20 seconds, but we'll call up Leroy Granger. Leroy Granger. All right, I think he walked out. Diane Perry.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm here with Bruce Hollowell, and I am new to Tucson recently. We've moved back, and I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. We raised our kids. We retired here to Corona de Tucson in, in 2011. And I had the opportunity to, and the honor to head the Tucson Folk Festival for 5 years during that time. And I came to love Tucson. In 2020, when COVID happened, we didn't have the festival as planned, and we ended up moving to Minneapolis. Our daughter from New York moved there, and because of COVID, we moved there to help with childcare. We lived there for 3 years, and we missed Tucson so much that we decided to move back. So we're here. We closed last week on a house. Bruce is a friend I met through the festival. We got together recently, and he told me of the homeless idea that sounded wonderful that's happening in Austin, and about this initiative that there's a group of people in Tucson that are really interested in being a part of that, and that there's also groups and programs going on. But he felt it would be really advantageous to bring everyone together and in one room or one opportunity to really strengthen and hear everyone and see if we can't put together a comprehensive program to be able to really make an effect in Tucson. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that. And in my background, I have worked with intergroup dialogue with groups of people in the community, bringing different factions together so that it's inclusive and diversified, but it's bringing all different folks that are interested in one particular subject together so that it can just strengthen and be stronger. And the strength of that particular concept of intergroup dialogue is contact and exposure. It's bringing people together and interacting with folks who they normally would not to get a new perspective. And the second part of that is perspective taking. You're listening to others, and you're possibly taking on a new idea on something that you hadn't even thought about. And when this particular dialogue happens, that's usually where it falls, and there's 4 steps. There's building of alliances and taking social action. And I've had the opportunity, when in Omaha, Nebraska, to see this in action, and it does work. So I'm excited to be a part of Bruce's vision and Tucson's vision to bring this opportunity to this community, and I'm looking forward to being able to help and interact with others who want the same thing. So we're just kind of putting this on your radar and want you to be aware of the efforts, and it's at the beginning stage, so you'll be hearing more as time goes on.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. We really appreciate your presentation. Thank you for bringing this to us. Leroy Granger.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Leroy Granger. I'm a city employee with Environmental Services for approximately about 27 years. I come before you a little bit serious issue that with ES, Environmental Services Department, which is the garbage and the recycle collection, an incident happened that was very life-threatening. Our department is not taking any action. This action took place on May 18th with the garbage truck, which was a side loader, unit 7045. The driver was 819 Tony Felix. We go by 3-digit numbers. He happened at approximately 9:24 a.m. at Goffings and Wilmot, and the incident ended approximately at 10:03 a.m. The situation was not knowing the vehicle that he was chasing and recklessly running her off the road happened to be my 27-year-old daughter. He was in the garbage truck. The garbage trucks weigh about 37,000 pounds when they're empty. He was empty, coming back from the landfill, headed north on Wilmot, just crossed Golf Links by the QT. My daughter was making the right-hand turn at Golf Links going to Wilmot. She was headed to her doctor's office at 5th and Wilmot. This individual, Tony Felix, he continually chased her down the street, blowing his horn, cussing her out. So she's like, I don't know, maybe he's in a hurry or what. So she pulled to the side of the road. He pulled to the side of the road. He tried to ram his truck into my daughter's little two-door Nissan Sentra, attempting to kill her. I don't know what the situation was. She was on the phone with me, screaming and crying. I told her, go ahead and let's call 911 and let's report this. And then she's like, Dad, he doesn't want to get off me. He's chasing me. She was headed to 5th and Wilmot, to the banner, to her doctor's office. The truck driver, was headed to the same area to pick up his collection. He continuously chasing her. I told her, hey, you know what? If all means, I'm sorry, but shoot him. If that's what you have to do. She does carry a firearm. I instructed her to go ahead and give the authority to shoot him because he was not backing down. She was pulling off. She pulled off to the side of the road. He continuously got behind her, just about rammed her in the back end of her car. She sped all the way up Wilmot to 5th and turned off in a side street, and that's where she lost him. This incident was reported on May 18th. We're going on 7 months. My department has not done a single thing about this matter. I have gone through all my protocols to everybody, supervisors, to superintendents, which Luis Luna. I went all the way to Carlos de la Toro. We had a meeting with him. I barely had a meeting with him on November the 8th at 3 o'clock. He told me give him 1 week to do the investigation. Till this day, nothing has happened.
Mr. Granger, your 3 minutes are up, but
Okay.
I'm going to ask the city manager that he review this matter and investigate what's happening for both the city attorney and the city manager to look into it. We have your number.
Okay,
So we will absolutely have the city manager follow up.
okay.
Okay? Thank you so much. Margarita Rodriguez.
This one, right? Good evening, Mayor and City Council and those present. My name is Margie. I go by Margie, but my name is Margarita Rodriguez. And the reason I'm here today is because of something that happened. I've just listened to what this gentleman and his daughter have been through. I was at a bus stop at Alvernon and Grant on November 20th. Now, I had been shopping at the Walmart, at the dollar store, anticipating my Thanksgiving. What happened was a woman and a man came up with a dog, and I could see the little dog was injured and limping, but they didn't seem to care. The woman sat down and began to smoke. Now, I have allergies, and I also have complications of asthma, and these two things get together and on spring and fall. And I've been at the ER at hospitals before and was once admitted too. So this woman, I told her that I'm asthmatic, and she didn't care. But she did kind of scoot a little bit over, but there was a sign there. And then the boyfriend, who appeared to be an older man, started harassing me. She got up and started swinging, and he held her back with his body. And she said, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to follow you onto that bus, and when you get off, I'm going to beat you to death. And so then what happened was the boyfriend got on the bus, and she kept circling the parking lot of this loan place that's right there on the corner. Then what happened was she left, and I thought, okay, maybe this is all over with. I'm still waiting for the bus. And so then a woman returned with about 5 other women, girls. Some of them looked underage, and she came up and was blowing smoke in my direction. Another girl was blowing smoke in my direction. I wasn't going to react, but what happened was that she had a taser, and she kept walking up to me, snapping the taser at me. Okay, so I didn't know what to do. There's no way I'm armed. The only thing I have is my cane, which they could have easily taken from me and beat me with it. But what happened then was I had been calling the police. Communications initially told me, stay in the area because if you leave, they won't be able to do a police report. So I stayed in the area, and this was around 6 o'clock that this all ensued. And then what happened was that the woman began yelling at me, saying that this was her 12-year-old daughter who had been sitting there, and she blamed me. And so she said she was going to kill me. She and all those girls that were there for a beatdown on a 69-year-old woman at a bus stop who's asthmatic. All I said to the world was, I'm asthmatic, please don't smoke. And so for the next 2 to 3 hours, I had to stand there seeing the buses going by, and I couldn't leave because I had to take 2 buses home and then walk home. The problem with this situation is, one, the officers apologized when they finally got to me. They said they had so many emergencies and that they're short-staffed, okay? And so after that woman left, there were 2 cars before the officer came.
Rodriguez, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off.
Okay.
3 minutes are over.
Can I just add, Mayor, what I'm really here to ask?
Your 3 minutes are over, so please come to a conclusion.
Okay. We need surveillance cameras. We need post something to demarc the areas that belong to the bus people, you know, the Suntran and their passengers. We need numbers that people can see, because every time I report something at a bus stop, I don't know I'm giving them directions, and the officers also need to see those numbers from a distance because they're walking also into these dangerous situations. So they need to know which bus stop they're going to. So I'm asking that maybe these things be put in place so that this kind of situation, I could have been killed. I could have been taken into that car that was rolling around there, and I could have been taken and no one would know what happened to me. So I'm asking to please, if you can, I know money is short, and I am going to be contacting tobacco companies as well because cigarettes are being used as weapons. I want to thank you all so much for listening to me and for understanding that for the rest of my Thanksgiving and for the rest of my life, while I live here, I don't know if these women will kill me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. You did give us your phone number, so just in case we need to call you and follow up, we will do that. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Roy Strout.
So thank you for the time to speak. I'm pretty sure everybody here knows me and has seen me around. A lot of time we talk about problems with the homeless, and I don't think there's enough solution. I'm out there every day. I've been out there every day for 30 years. And I've seen a lot of change in Tucson. You know, one of the biggest things that changed is the way the homeless are treated. A lot of times it's not cool. The good ones get mixed in with the bad ones and get blamed for the bad ones, and so the good ones have no safety. And I find that a problem. I can't count how many times I've lost my belongings because somebody came in and made trouble or made a mess that I got blamed for. But I can't have them leave public property. I've presented solutions to, I'm pretty sure Richard Pima's in his office several times. But to me, I could put a camp together real quick. I'd pay rent on a city piece of property, no problem, so that I can separate the people out there that have the right intentions from the ones doing bad. Because it's not fair to me that somebody can come up and trash my area. I can't chase them off, but I'm gonna suffer the consequence, okay? I can set up a tent real fast. I can set up a fence quickly. I'll pay rent, I don't mind. Nothing's free in the world. But let me separate the ones who do want to do the right thing from the ones who just don't care. Because Tucson police aren't going to come out there and say, oh, well, he looks clean, but he doesn't. They're just going to get them all. And I'm one of those people. But you know, I've cleaned Circle K parking lots around the city for almost 3 years now for free because of homeless trash. I've saved 9 lives out there on the streets from blues overdose. I see a lot of it every day. We have to have a more humane way of separating the good from the bad, because my people are dying. They're nothing more than a target right now because of homeless problem. They have targets on their backs. I suffer it every day. I have to watch over my shoulder, and I ain't never done nothing but help somebody. I'll give the shirt off my back for one of you guys. I only ask an inch from you. Let's put together a solution that works, that's humane. You know, this spadat, intrusive. Take the spadat. It's intrusive. They're gonna ask a man like me if I've been sexually assaulted to qualify me for housing. When does that qualify any of you for housing? Why should it qualify me for housing? You know what qualifies me for housing? Look at my area. If I respect my tent, I'll respect your apartment. If I don't respect my area outside in a tent, what am I going to respect an apartment for? That's qualifying. Do I have income? There you go. That's qualifying. Why do I got to be asked if I'm being sexually assaulted? It's intrusive. So, I presented another solution. I'm asking the mayor, the city council, and the public. And I'll support Bruce's effort because I heard everybody saying I support that. I love it. I'll help bring his attention to him. I got over 1,000 homeless people here in Tucson that follows my group on Facebook, plus another 6.4K people around the nation. Look up Homeless Lives Matter. You'll find it.
Mr. Strout, your 3 minutes
That's all I
are
got
over,
to say.
but thank you so much for coming to speak to Mayor and Council.
Yeah,
Really
I hope you
appreciate
guys will get in touch with me. Give you my number?
We don't have your number, but we can get it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strout. That was the last card that we have called to the audience. Any others? Okay. So that was item 6. We move on to item 7.
Consent items A through J.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is mayor and council meeting schedule for 2024. Item C is funding agreement among the University of Arizona, Pima Community College District, Pima County, and City of Tucson for the Southern Arizona Coalition for Climate Adaptation and Resilience Coalition Manager position. Item D is intergovernmental agreement with the University of Arizona for administration of the 2024 Unsheltered Point in Time Count and Homelessness Consulting and Training Services. Item E is intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Revenue, providing for uniform administration of the city's transaction privilege tax. Item F is grant in aid agreement with the Tohono O'odham Nation for distribution of funding to various entities. Item G is financial, financial participation agreement with Tucson Clean and Beautiful for management of Tucson Water's green stormwater infrastructure mini grants program. Item H is agreement with Central Arizona Water Conservation District for storage of Colorado River water at the Lower Santa Cruz Replenishment Project. Item I is water, continuation of green water, stormwater infrastructure and storm to shade program. Item J is grant agreement with the Arizona Attorney General's Office for the Victims' Rights Program for FY 2024.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a
Second.
motion and a couple of seconds. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Item 8 on the agenda was continued to the meeting of 12/12.
Alrighty, item 9.
Item 9 is a public hearing, C8-23-03, Food Truck Courts, Unified Development Code, UDC Amendment.
City Manager's Communication Number 373 dated November 28th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised to take public comment and discuss a proposed code amendment to establish new regulations for food truck courts or food courts in the Unified Development Code. This is a public hearing and it's scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Ms. Clerk, are there any requests to speak? I have 2. Alrighty, so I will call your name. You gotta make sure that you state your name for the record. If you are a resident of the city of Tucson, and if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker is Alex Mudware. Alex Mudware. Please come to the tall microphone, please.
Thank you so much to give us an opportunity to be here.
Can you speak up or get closer to the mic so that we can hear you?
I said thank you so much to give us opportunity to be here. I'm with my friend. We are here to represent our community. My name is Alex Mutware. I'm pastor for the church, Blessing Church. We have many challenges as a African community. We found it like pastors, when we check something is going on in our community, like our kids, they need after school. If they go school with other kids, they don't know English. It's hard for them to understand what the other kids, the level they have, it's better because they understand English, but our kids, it's hard for them, and the parent, they don't know English, they don't know to do how to show them the homework. So we found that it's a big issue for our kids, even if they cannot continue like a college because they keep going in a level to the level, but they are not mature to go to the college because of the level. Their level is very low. So we want to City of Tucson to help us, like to have after school can help them, our kids, also to be like American people, how they are educated. Our kids also, they need to be the same level with other kids. If you can help us, like to have that opportunity, like after school at the like a church, we can find the people that we can, if we can find a place we can teach them. You can help also they like to have a teacher, like a voluntary, they can help our kids. The second one is for our kids also, age 16 to 20 something, they keep getting drugs because some of them, they are getting killed because they don't have something to do, and the parent from Africa or maybe somewhere also, we are focusing how we can get a job to pay their mortgage, but they don't take time to be with their kids, to take care of them.
Mr. Mudware, I see what happened. I think you wanted to speak at call to the audience. This is a public hearing for Unified Development Code changes for food trucks, but I let you speak because I wanted to hear what you had to say. I have your address and your phone number. I hear that you need help with English learning and after-school care for kids. I'll give this card to the city manager so he could try and figure out what help we can get your community or what type of recreational opportunities are close to you so that your members and the parents that you work with can try and get the resources you all need.
Yes, please. I don't know who we can, where we can go.
We will absolutely get we have your name, we have your phone number, and then we will make sure that we follow up with the city manager so that we can contact you.
Your Honor, did he include an address?
Yes.
Can it go to the appropriate ward office as well? I know
As
all
well?
the ward offices
Okay.
have.
We will make sure that the ward office also has your information. Okay? And we'll try and make sure that we find the resources that you need.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Alrighty. I believe our next speaker is Amber Donahue.
Thank you for waiting, Amber.
Hi, my name's Amber Donahue. You probably all recognize my face. As far as this new, I guess, language that's coming out for the food truck courts, all of the food trucks that I represent, we're all very, very happy with everything that's come about this far. I know it's been a long process. We really appreciate the city taking it seriously because everybody's a small business owner. All of the food truck, I think we have over 300 in Tucson, and already twice tonight I've heard 2 council people speak of having food trucks at their events. So they're very important, and they really represent the eclectic community that Tucson is. They come from every culture, every part of the world that I can think of. So as far as everything that has been put forward, we don't have an issue with that. We think it's great, and we think that it should be passed as soon as possible. So thank you to everyone, and also thank you to all of the people behind the scenes, because this isn't the fun part. This isn't the part that gets the community going. This is the hard work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue. Do you have any other requests to speak?
No, ma'am.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Alrighty, there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12060 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12060 relating to planning and zoning and business services, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.8.6, 4.8.7, 4.8.9, 4.9.4, 7.4.4, and 11.3.4, and Chapter 7, Businesses Regulated, Sections 7 through 26, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor. First of
Mr.
all,
Cunningham.
I wanted to thank the pit. They kind of set up the idea of having a permanent food truck rally, and while they were met with some resistance by city, the idea was novel, and it was very Tucson. It was something that we could have that was special. After learning about their business model, learning about how it could work, we came up with a few different things. This ordinance allows us for some safety, but it doesn't limit that number of trucks on site. So if you want to have a permanent rally, you can, and you can safely interchange the trucks from day to day. Some trucks may subscribe to a food truck rally for as much as a month and pay the month to month at the rally, the particular rally they're at. Some will pay by the day, maybe only come once a week or once a month, and some will pay 3 times. It also gives an opportunity for what I call specialized vendors. These are folks that like only do pies, and they kind of bring them, they package them at home and bring them, and they can set up temporary spaces there. This also provides for bathroom and on-site provisions. And also gives the opportunity, in the Pitts case, which was really novel, is that they had the day-to-day subscriptions from their food truck partners, but they also got to serve beer and alcohol, beer and wine, and maybe even put on a concert or two, which I thought was, again, a very novel piece to this. And so all these provisions are kind of built into a food truck rally idea that they kind of invented. And Tucson's going to have this ordinance that kind of enables it. I know there's going to be some tweaks along the way, and I kind of look forward to that process. But I really want to, it's a good job by the PDSD department. When we came to them with this dilemma we were close to doing a shutdown, and a lot of bad feelings were there, but everybody adapted, kind of got in their lane, and actually listened to each other. I also want to give a big shout out to Tim Tomier. We had a situation towards the end of it where we were about to close down a business. There was a lot of resistance on social media, and my phone at the ward office was ringing off the hook. And thanks to the creativity of the manager's office and the PDSD team, we were able to keep everybody in business. So I know that the pit may relocate in the next year, and there's some other changes there, so times have changed, but the spirit of what this ordinance is all about has been adhered to. So with that, I move that we pass and adopt, I believe, ordinance 12060.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, a big shout out to Paul for bringing this to us and working through the system, and to our great staff at PDSD and manager's office. Be proud to vote yes for this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor, some
Couple of-
questions.
Couple of questions, maybe for Daniel. I think you were sort of the spearhead of this. Just help me better understand the changes that we're making right now at Broadway and Rosemont, and at Campbell and Fort Lowell. There are food trucks occasionally. Rosemont is 600 feet by 400 feet. Perimeter Campbell is 200 by 100-ish. I run by there, oftentimes see one or two on the site. So what is allowed under our current code at each of those two locations?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor and Council, Councilmember Kozachik. Yeah, so what's currently allowed under our current code is what's called a peddler permit. And that is for a semi-permanent residence for a food truck. That has separation distances of 1,000 feet from each other for that. So a lot of times when you see those out there, there may be a large site. You may have one that's, one or two that are there separated from each other. There is also a different type that we have, which is like a mobile food truck vendor. Those are there for a shorter period of time. So they move around to different locations and are generally in the right of way. And then on top of that, we also have special events, and those special events can have potentially like a food truck, kind of congregate food trucks, but for a shorter period of time.
Okay, so compare that to what changes in that will the new code require?
So no changes to any of those. This is an additional use that is allowed for food trucks.
So if we adopt this, everything that's happening now can still happen on both of those, on general.
Councilmember Kozachik, that is correct.
Okay. Do we have ground rules today for things such as separation, the number of trucks, the grease traps, the things that are popping up in the new ordinance?
Though we do not have those in place currently, that was part of the kind of safety considerations that we are working to balance with this, and that's why those have been included in this new ordinance.
Okay. In the ordinance that's proposed right now, it references permanent power pedestals for each vendor. What if the vendors don't need power? I mean, for instance, they didn't require power at the art crafts fair at Reed Park last weekend.
Yeah, so this is a provision because it is generally a food truck court that's been put in place because there is that prohibition on the internal combustion engines or generators that are there. If a food truck were to come there with like an inverter or an electric truck, they could potentially function without an actual power pedestal.
Okay, but Broadway, Rosemont, they're not going to require that for the two or three that are
there now?
Those aren't included in these regulations. Their current regulations will remain.
Okay. In the ordinance, there are some restrictions on outdoor music. In state law, maybe this is a city attorney question, in relation to mobile food vendors, this is for county boards of supervisors, and so I'm assuming, maybe incorrectly, that it would apply to us, that we may impose well, let me forget the music for a second, I'll come back. Well, no, the music. That we may restrict the operation of noise-making devices during specific times of day. That's what the statute says. But we're saying you can't have it any time. Does that fall within the spirit of the state law? Do you think we're going to get challenged on that?
Yeah, I think under the authority under the UDC for this particular use, because this is really the food courts, not just individual, peddlers, that it's fine.
Okay. It also, the state law it says that we may impose operating hours only if they're the same as the operating hours imposed on restaurants in that county. I'm reading the statute. We have operating hours restrictions in this ordinance. Are we okay with that?
And again, the statute I think you're referring to are generally the county health restrictions with respect to individual peddlers, et cetera. And I think that the scope of the authority under this food truck court regulations is that it's fine.
Okay, this is under mobile food vendors, but you're the attorney, so. Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, Daniel.
Great, thank you.
Well, I personally want to thank Councilmember Cunningham for sticking with this issue. I know that when it popped up, you started working immediately with the city manager's office. So I want to thank you. I know that the city manager's office, as well as planning and development services, really had to do a lot of work to make sure that what we have in front of us really has minimal health and safety improvements to the land use. So, for me, it was about health and safety. If there's a place to wash your hands and make sure that there's no combustion generators that could cause fires and problems. I think that several cities around the country have found a way to be able to have this really unique, and it's unique in every city. I think that food trucks are a great way to support micro businesses, and from many food trucks, we have seen incredible restaurants come out of the ground, and so I really appreciate planning and development services really putting their thinking hats on and trying to flex our land use codes to be able to allow this unique possibility of outdoor food trucks to really happen. And Councilmember Cunningham, thank you for following up on this, making sure that it goes through and that it made it to us. So with that, let's go to roll call. Oh, there's one more question from the Vice Mayor.
Piggybacking on Paul's point about wanting to make tweaks for the city attorney, oftentimes we do these as pilots so that we don't get into a 207 issue 2 years down the road when we want to go back and change codes. Would you recommend we do that here or just move forward with as a regular standing ordinance?
I think it's, I support it the way it's presented. I don't think that we need to put a sunsetting provision on this. I think that the nature of the use in question, that as the time moves forward, if we need to make adjustments because we inadvertently opened the doors too wide, that we'll be able to do it without 207 implications.
And that was one of the things, is that I actually didn't want to open the doors too wide. I like where we are because I may want to open the doors wider. And that's part of the deal is for the outdoor music thing. One of the pieces that we're looking at is the one dayers on Friday and Saturday nights. So you're only doing it on Friday and Saturday nights, not every single night. Yeah, so all that was kind of thought about. in the discussion, we had multiple stakeholder meetings. I really think we've got a good package that everybody's going to be able to work off of.
And I mean, we could always come back and review and update the land use code, correct?
Mayor, members of council, that's correct. Absolutely can go back to make adjustments, go through the process, of course, if any changes are needed. The vice mayor's question really arose out of situations where we allow a new use and then, you know, it causes problems we didn't anticipate, and now we need to pull back.
Yeah.
In connection with this particular issue, I don't think those concerns require a sunset clause.
Alrighty. Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12060 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much.